Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Papa, he loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Yeah! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, PETRONAS.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, PETRONAS.
PETRONAS, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Bara elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, PETRONAS.
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Bara elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Renyai turun di Bandar Pekan Kuah di Pulau Legenda Pulau Langkawi untuk hari yang pertama bagi perlumbaan jelajah yang dinanti-nantikan seluruh peminat berbasikal dan juga peminat di seluruh dunia. PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi, edisi yang ke-29. Dan hari ini adalah pekan hari penentuan dan hari yang paling penting bagi kesemua pelumba-pelumba. Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera dan apa khabar kepada anda semua. Selamat hari Minggu, selamat hari Ahad hari ini. Dan diharapkan anda pagi-pagi ini sudah pun berada di depan kaca televisyen ataupun menyaksikannya secara langsung di Facebook dan juga di YouTube MSN dan juga LTDL. Jadi saya Akbar Sari akan bersama dengan anda sepanjang hari ini, menemani anda untuk memberikan maklumat dan juga informasi sepanjang perlumbaan stage ataupun peringkat yang pertama PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN. Okey, baiklah. Saya sepanjang perlumbaan ini akan berlangsung akan ditemani oleh Olimpian kita 7 kali berkayuh dari Letua di Langkawi, iaitu adik Usaini Osman. Ceria pagi ni adik kerana hari yang paling ditunggu-tunggu hari ini, race day. Awak pernah melalui hari pertama sebegini. Jadi mungkin boleh kongsikan sebenarnya untuk hari yang pertama, setiap kali untuk pelumba-pelumba lah, setiap kali edisi Letua di Langkawi dilangsungkan.
Baik bang, pagi ni kita pun sedia maklum, abang saya sendiri pun kita memang dari awal pagi lagi
betul,
bang
betul.
dekat studio ni. Jadi sudah pasti bang, antaranya pelumba-pelumba juga bang. Hari ni let's say kalau perlumbaan start pukul 8 pagi, saya pasti mereka semua di jam 5 pagi sudah bangun untuk breakfast, untuk ready untuk perlumbaan pagi ini. Ya betul, kerana Akbar pun sendiri tahu perlumbaan hari ini perlumbaan yang terdekat untuk edisi 29.
Jarak paling pendek
Ya betul.
96.7 kilo.
Betul. And then dalam masa yang sama perlumbaan hari ini memang penentuan untuk hari pertama. Jadi semua pelumba dalam keadaan fresh. Jadi ya, saya pun memang tak sabar untuk melihat perlumbaan pada hari ini.
Baik. 26 September 2025. Upacara pembukaan dan juga pengenalan pasukan yang telah pun dilangsungkan di Meriah di dataran Lang di Pulau Langkawi. Jadi mungkin apa yang boleh adik kongsikan tentang bila malam pengenalan pasukan ni, masa itulah kita nak tengok, sebab masa race tak nampak muka.
Betul.
Jadi masa inilah kita nak mengenali wajah pelumba-pelumba yang akan berkayuh sepanjang Letua di Langkawi, tentang upacara pembukaan tempoh hari.
Baik, sepanjang 29 edisi yang dipertandingkan, malam pembukaan untuk edisi kali ini saya rasa yang paling epic, kerana dengan orang cakap drone shot yang menarik. Betul. Saya rasa sebelum ni tak pernah ada majlis pembukaan seperti itu. Jadi itu yang membuatkan saya tertarik, Akbar, dan juga sudah pasti setiap pelumba untuk pengenalan tim ketika itu, dalam masa sama untuk pengetahuan Akbar juga, mereka harus confirm 72 jam before perlumbaan untuk 6 pelumba yang akan dipertandingkan untuk setiap tim. Okey,
baik, disempurnakan oleh Exco Belia dan Sukan Negeri Kedah, bekas pemain bola sepak kebangsaan, bekas pemain bola sepak hijau kuning Kedah, YB Radi Makdin. Okey, baik, itu cerita mengenai upacara pembukaan dan juga pengenalan pasukan. Kita dah tengok wajah pelumba-pelumba yang akan mewarnai saingan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Baik, hari yang pertama, Loop Pulau Langkawi, Stage 1, 96.7 km. Jadi kita nak tengok rupanya bagaimanakah hamparan Pulau Langkawi yang akan menjadi destinasi dan juga lokasi perlumbaan hari yang pertama. Ini dia adik, 96.5 km. Ini mungkin sudah pun di perseberangan. Kalau tak salah saya 96.7 km. Okey, tak apa. Baik adik, Harbour Park. Dan kemudian mereka akan ke lokasi yang seterusnya. Ada 3 zon pencutan dia dan 1 zon penaikan. Pandangan adik tentang hari yang pertama ni.
Baik, kalau kita lihat perlumbaan pada pagi ini, 3 zon pencutan disajikan dan juga 1 kategori 4 di Bukit Malut pada kilometer 83.3. Jadi seharusnya saya rasa perlumbaan hari ini untuk first 3 pencutan yang disajikan sudah pasti bukan saja pelumba-pelumba Asia, malah kesemua pelumba akan cuba untuk mencuri time bonus ketika di zon pencutan. Kerana di situlah akan menentukan timing untuk setiap individu pelumba tersebut untuk keseluruhan untuk peringkat pertama hari ini.
Okey, baik. Ada masa nanti kita sambung lagi cerita mengenai peringkat yang pertama bermula di Kuah dan berakhir di Kuah. Jadi orang-orang di Pulau Langkawi dah boleh get ready untuk bertemu dan juga memberikan sorakan kepada konvoi peloton pelumba-pelumba PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Rakan setugas Lily Hamzah berada di sana dan pagi tadi dia sempat merakamkan detik-detik permulaan untuk hari yang pertama suasana di Pekan Kuah di Pulau Legenda Pulau Langkawi. Terus saja kita ke sana bersama dengan Lily Hamzah.
Alright, selamat pagi. Lily berada di Padang Maksirat Langkawi di mana ini merupakan lokasi perlumbaan bagi peringkat pertama saingan PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi 2025 dengan cuaca yang agak membimbangkan kalau anda boleh saksikan ketika ini. Hujan lebat sawal pagi tadi sehingga kini dan walau bagaimanapun pelumba yang dah pun tiba, kita nampak dia very excited about this race. Hari ini pelumba akan mengelilingi pulau ini sejauh 96.7 km round island stage. Walaupun masih awal pagi, kita sudah mula lihat orang mula berkumpul slowly dan pastinya lebih ramai lagi yang akan hadir menjelang perlumbaan yang akan bermula sebentar saja lagi. Okey, bagi peringkat pertama ini, pelumba akan melalui 3 zon pecutan yang menjadi rebutan pakar-pakar pecut. Selain itu, satu cabaran mendaki menanti mereka di Bukit Malut, antara cabaran besar buat pelumba dengan adanya selekoh tajam di lokasi tersebut. Jadi sudah tentu rentak perlumbaan akan jadi laju sejak awal perlumbaan dengan pasukan-pasukan cuba menguasai kedudukan di hadapan. Dan antara pasukan tempatan yang menjadi tumpuan adalah Malaysia Pro Cycling Team. Mereka mahu memberikan yang terbaik dengan target berada di kedudukan podium untuk hari ini. Dalam peringkat pertama, terutama sandaran diberikan kepada pelumba pecut Izzat Hilmi. Untuk rekod, dalam edisi lalu Izzat tidak mampu untuk menghabiskan perlumbaan ketika menuju ke Bentong. Jadi tahun ini pastinya tahun untuk dia menebus kekecewaan itu. Dan peringkat pembukaan ini juga menjadi medan penting untuk semua pastikan pasukan menguji kekuatan. Selain memberi gambaran awal kepada peminat mengenai siapa yang benar-benar serius untuk memburu jersey-jersey utama. Dengan jarak yang tidak terlalu panjang, kita boleh jangkakan pelumba akan berikan kayuhan maksimum dari mula hingga ke garisan penamat. Dan segala perkembangan ataupun debaran peringkat pertama PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi ini anda boleh saksikan secara langsung di saluran Astro Arena 801-802 dan juga platform YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga LTDL. Jadi teruskan bersama kami, berikan sokongan anda dengan hashtag Beat the Heat, hashtag kita semua Timas.
Baik, terima kasih Lily Hamzah dengan laporan di awal pagi. Saya kira sekitar jam 6.30 pagi tadi hujan turun. Malam tadi agak lebat, pagi tadi sudah semakin berkurang. Dengan sekarang ini saya diberitakan cuaca sudah semakin baik di Pekan Kuah. Adik Usaini, permulaan yang saya kira cuaca macam ni adik Usaini. Apakah walaupun dah berhenti dah hujan tapi masih lagi jalan basah, sejuk. Apakah ia mengganggu sedikit momentum pelumba-pelumba?
Ya, sudah pasti perlumbaan wet race ni kebiasaannya ada sedikit orang cakap risiko kerana sudah pasti jalan yang licin dan juga kita pun tak tahu ada lopak-lopak air jika kesemua pelumba ataupun salah satu pelumba terlanggar ataupun termasuk di dalam lompok air itu kemungkinan menyebabkan satu aksiden kecil lah. Itu merupakan risiko-risiko yang harus kesemua 130 pelumba ini mereka akan lalui sepanjang perlumbaan hari ini. Jadi tapi bagi saya mereka pelumba profesional kesemuanya sudah biasa dalam perlumbaan hujan. Jadi bagi saya tiada masalah lah untuk mereka sepanjang perlumbaan pada hari ini.
Okey, sebelum kita ada satu package menarik. Maximum speed rider untuk biasanya loop Pekan Kuah ni di hari yang pertama.
Okey, kebiasaannya Akbar, kita pun sedang maklum perlumbaan hari ini adalah penentuan untuk setiap jersey utama yang dipertandingkan. Jadi kesemua 130 pelumba ni mereka akan berebut dan dalam masa sama mereka mempunyai strategi mereka sendiri kerana perlumbaan seperti ini sudah pasti mereka mempunyai leader-leader mereka tersendiri di dalam perlombaan. Jadi sudah pasti saya rasa
55?
Perlombaan pada hari ini memang akan maksimum speed tu akan berada di kelajuan yang tinggi lah, 55 hingga 60 km sejam.
Wow. Okey, baik, kita nantikan nanti permulaannya, mungkin ramai yang dah tak sabar. Majlis Sukan Negara MSN sebenarnya juga ada pasukan media mereka yang akan membuat liputan sepanjang perlumbaan jelajah ini berlangsung. Jadi kami sempat untuk merakamkan tugas-tugas yang mereka lakukan semalam pada hari Sabtu di Pulau Langkawi. Saksikan.
Pendakian curam, jalan berliku dan cuaca panas. Inilah cabaran sebenar yang ditempuh oleh pelumba profesional dan situasi ini turut dirasai oleh pelumba amatur menerusi domestik by LTDL, menjadikan pengalaman ini bukan sekadar kayuhan biasa dan lebih manis. Ia turut dirasai oleh delegasi ASEAN yang menyertai kumpulan konvoi sempena PETRONAS LTDL 2025. Perlumbaan amatur domestik by LTDL tahun ini lebih istimewa apabila turut disertai oleh delegasi ASEAN yang dijemput menyertai konvoi ASEAN bersama kumpulan cavalcade. Mereka bukan sekadar hadir sebagai penonton, sebaliknya turun berkayuh melalui laluan sebenar LTDL yang lazimnya hanya ditempuhi pelumba profesional dunia. Bagi peserta ASEAN, berliku dianggap sebagai pengalaman once in a lifetime yang sukar didapati di negara masing-masing.
For me, the route was quite a fast route lah actually. Tapi yang buat tough tu, if the platoon is very high speed, then it will be very tough lah. But the overall route is actually a fast route, so a rolling route actually. But it was tough for me lah.
You enjoy it?
Yeah lah, 80 kilometer, cramp sudah. It was good.
I want to race again because I want to experience again the route here in Langkawi. Then, first of all, I'm very grateful to be here in Langkawi to race with this route, and I'm very grateful that they invite Philippines for a Philippine delegate. Yeah, I'm very grateful for the Langkawi.
Dengan penyertaan ini, domestik by LTDL bukan sahaja meraihkan semangat sukan berbasikal tetapi turut menjadi jambatan diplomasi sukan yang menghubungkan Malaysia dengan negara-negara jiran. Dalam pada itu, pemenang setiap kategori domestik by LTDL akan merasai pengalaman berkonvoi bersama kumpulan cavalcade, perarakan kereta berhias yang membawa logo pemenang jersey LTDL dan juga syarikat penaja. Ini bermakna 5 juara kategori, terbuka lelaki, terbuka wanita, serta Master A, B dan C akan mendapat peluang eksklusif untuk berada di barisan hadapan, merasai pengalaman bersama dalam konvoi rasmi yang menjadi penyeri setiap kali LTDL diadakan.
So, kelainan yang kita bagi tahu ada kejutan ni adalah setiap winner by kategori dia berpeluang untuk mengikuti kita punya konvoi LTDL. So pemenang ni dia boleh pilih mana dia punya stage yang dia nak ikut, tapi kita akan tempatkan dalam cavalcade lah.
Cycling motion buat ini.
Okey, baik. Domestic race. Kalau saya ada memang saya masuklah untuk jarak 20 km. Tapi walaupun pun inilah dia antara warna-warni untuk perlombaan LTDL apabila ada domestic race yang beri peluang kepada, saya kira ini bukanlah mereka yang baru berjinak dengan dunia basikal tapi yang mungkin dah amatur. Jadi kerana untuk race domestik ni mereka akan melalui 96.7 km untuk merasai sendiri apakah laluan dan cabaran yang akan dihadapi oleh pelumba-pelumba dalam perlumbaan sebenar LTDL. Okey, baik. Itu cerita mengenai domestic race. Jersey yang menjadi rebutan seperti yang disebutkan oleh adik tadi. Kita nak bincangkan mengenai Raja Pecut ataupun untuk mencari pemenang pemilik jersey orange KBS Raja Pecut. Matteo Maluselli antara pilihan utama. Adik Usaini, apakah dia akan sekali lagi menjadi pemilik untuk gelaran Raja Pecut LTDL?
Ya, sudah pasti Akbar. Matteo Malajuli bukan asing lagi kerana pada edisi yang lepas dia memenangi 3 peringkat Akbar. Jadi dengan keadaan performan yang baik yang beliau sendiri katakan di hari press conference malam Akbar, dia menyatakan dia ingin cuba memenangi seberapa banyak peringkat di edisi kali ini, dalam masa sama cuba untuk mengekalkan jersey oren untuk jersey Raja Pecut.
Jadi okey, baik, nampak keyakinan itu sangat tinggi dia apabila adik mengatakan bahawa dia peluangnya sangat cerah untuk memenangi jersey Raja Pecut, jersey oren KBS sekali lagi. Atas faktor apa mungkin selain daripada apa yang disebutkan oleh adik tadi?
Baik, sudah pasti saya rasa untuk beliau memang dia sudah biasa dalam perlombaan pada edisi kali ini Akbar, dengan keadaan jalan dan juga kita boleh lihat tahun ini kebanyakan perlombaan habis dalam keadaan landai, jadi menjadi kelebihan untuk Matteo Malajuli. Tapi harus diingat juga Akbar, Alexander Christoph, Arvid Decline juga dan juga pelumba tempatan kita Harif Saleh dan juga Wan Abdul Rahman sudah pasti akan memberi saingan kepada Matteo Malajuli.
Matteo Malajuli berusia 31 tahun, berasal daripada Itali, akan dicabar oleh Arvid Decline, antara pelumba-pelumba yang Decline dah sebut dah masa malam pengerahan pasukan bahawa dia datang untuk menangi jersey Raja Pecut. Itu sangat menarik. Baik, pelumba tempatan yang sangat sinonim dengan kita dalam perlumbaan jelajah. Siapa lagi kalau bukan Harif Saleh? Wow. Baik, antara pelumba yang paling banyak pengalaman, berapa belas kali? 14?
15 kali.
15 kali berkayuh di LTDL dan pernah memenangi banyak kejuaraan di peringkat Asia, di peringkat Sukan C dan sebagainya. Saya tak tahu apakah ini pernah terakhir, kerana itulah sering disebut. Okey, baik. Harif Saleh.
Okey, Harif Saleh 15 kali LTDL, 3 kali memenangi peringkat sepanjang edisi yang dipertandingkan untuk PETRONAS di Langkawi. Kali ini misi beliau seperti biasa Akbar, cuba memenangi peringkat. Dalam masa sama dia juga menyatakan dia ingin cuba untuk membawa Wan Abdul Rahman atau dikenali sebagai Acik untuk berada di dalam posisi yang terbaik sebelum membuat last pecutan untuk di setiap peringkat. Jadi Akbar sendiri tahu perlombaan hari ini sudah pasti jika tiada pemecahan, kemungkinan besar akan berlakunya bang sprint. Di situlah Wan Abdul Rahman ataupun Harif Saleh dan juga kesemua raja-raja pecut akan cuba untuk memberi pecutan terakhir untuk hari ini.
Okey, baik. Harif Saleh menyambut ulang tahun kelahiran ke-37-nya pada 15 September yang lalu. Okey, baik. Jadi apakah Harif Saleh? Okey, nak cakap mungkin awal lagi, tapi kalau dah menang 3 stage sebelum ni, kali ini apakah dia dapat mengekalkan prestasi itu atau lebih lagi?
Sudah pasti Iqbal. Kalau lihat di dalam persiapan beliau sebelum perlombaan PETRONAS Little Langkawi pada edisi kali ini, beliau saya lihat sebelum ni mempunyai pendedahan perlombaan yang terbaik. Antaranya beliau menghabiskan perlombaan di China dan juga sebelum ini ada few perlombaan di Turki. Jadi saya rasa untuk Wan Abdul Rahman dan juga Harif Saleh, saya pasti perlombaan kali ini untuk persediaan saya rasa tidak ada masalah untuk beliau sepanjang perlombaan hari ini.
Okey, kita nantikan kelibat Harif Saleh di peringkat yang pertama ni. Kita dah boleh tahulah, kita dah boleh tengok sebab kita tahu dia seorang pelumba yang sangat agresif sehingga ada insiden yang berlaku pada edisi 2024 di mana dia terjatuh ketika menghampiri finishing di salah satu peringkat perlombaan bagi tahun lalu. Okey, baik, seterusnya pelumba Malaysia Elmi Jumari, daripada dia mengalami insiden kemalangan dan kemudian dia bangkit dapat berkayuh di Letua di Langkawi. Jadi ini satu orang kata perkembangan yang sangat positif daripada pelumba Elmi Jumari ini, Adik.
Baik, tahun lepas pada edisi yang lepas, saya juga berada di dalam konvoi perlombaan. Ketika Helmi jatuh, Akbar, saya juga mengikuti perlombaan untuk stage yang kedua. Jadi 10 ataupun 15 minit sebelum Helmi terjatuh, sempat saya berborak dengan Helmi untuk memberi kata-kata semangat untuk beliau sebelum membuat pecutan. Jadi tetapi malangnya beliau mengalami kemalangan dan jari tangannya hampir terputus Akbar ketika itu. Tapi dia memang very strong mental, very good rider. Dia kembali untuk training dan sudah pasti kali ini dia akan cuba mengguna peluang yang diberi kepada beliau untuk cuba memberi good result untuk edisi kali ini.
Okey, baik. Dikatakan ini adalah merupakan kelahiran semula Elmi Jumari selepas apa yang berlaku sebelum ini. Dan kita harapkan agar penampilannya bersama dengan skuad berbasikal Malaysia di PETRONAS LTDL 2025 ini akan beri impak yang lebih hebat berbanding dengan edisi yang terdahulu. Okey, kita masih lagi membincangkan tentang pelumba-pelumba tempatan. Antaranya, tadi kita cerita pasal Elmi Jumari, kita dah cerita mengenai Harif Saleh dan seorang lagi pelumba daripada pasukan TSG iaitu Nur Aiman Rosli. Antara pelumba yang dicanang sebagai calon untuk menakluki jersey putih lah untuk terbaik Asia. Jadi kita nak dengarkan dulu pandangan dan komen daripada Nur Aiman dan kemudian kita akan bincangkan mengenai prospek untuk dia memenangi jersey putih.
Last stage will start from your hometown. Yes. But how are you motivated for the first stage also?
Yeah, so I must be excited for first stage because it's for everything, and then hopefully I can do make some breakaway, get a bonus time for my team, and I want to use the ASEAN jersey.
And you have the Malaysian national jersey. Do you feel the pressure?
Yes, always, because I pride the Malaysia jersey because it's my home country, so hopefully I can do something different this year.
You expect a lot of fans to come to cheer for you and your team at LTDL, especially when the race will go to Terengganu?
Yeah, hopefully I have a big fan for Malaysia. Yeah, you must support Terengganu cycling team. Yeah.
And you have sprinters in Terengganu cycling team. Today might be a sprint, it's a short stage. Arif, Achik, who is the sprinter?
I think for this, for Acik because they are young, get more experience, and hopefully they can do something different. Only this stage.
All the best.
Thank you.
Ini dia, the bold face of Asia, antara pelumba-pelumba yang ada potensi. Tapi saya nampak Nur Aiman Rosli je. Adik, apa pandangan adik? Sembaya dekat situ, antara prospek juga.
Baik, Sambaya, Akbar sendiri maklum, dia sebelum ni pernah memenangi jersey terbaik Asia di edisi yang lepas bersama pasukan TSG. Jadi kali ini dengan misi kemungkinan besar, saya rasa untuk mengekalkan jersey putih, sudah pasti Jamban Sambaya akan cuba mengekal jersey putih. Dan juga harus diingat Akbar, Vladimir Proski daripada pasukan TSG juga. Dia juga pernah memenangi jersey putih, jersey terbaik Asia pada edisi yang lepas. Jadi persaingan yang orang cakap untuk jersey Asia ni memang besar.
Betul.
Jadi menarik untuk kita kongsi, untuk kita lihat sepanjang minggu ni.
Okey, itu tadi antara calon-calonnya. Tetapi potensi mereka ni sebenarnya bergantung kepada apa sebenarnya, Lik? Dan penentuannya sudah pasti bermula hari ini di stage peringkat yang pertama.
Sudah pasti Akbar. Seperti yang kita katakan, perlombaan edisi yang ke-29 ni memang kita boleh dikatakan perlombaan ini open Akbar, kerana tiada pendakian di genting, cuma pendakian di Fraser Hill. Jadi seperti ramai sport director ataupun rider-rider lain yang mengikuti perlombaan edisi kali ini, mereka mengatakan kemungkinan besar di Fraser Hill finishing, kemungkinan besar ada sprinter juga yang akan habis di kelompok hadapan Akbar.
Untuk di Bukit Fraser?
Ya, betul Akbar.
Okey, baik. Saya masih lagi suka untuk mengatakan tentang perebutan jersey putih sebagai yang terbaik Asia ni. Jadi kita letak Nur Aiman Rosli dekat situ.
Baik.
Tetapi sebenarnya apakah ada pelumba Malaysia lain yang berpotensi sebenarnya?
Ya, sudah pasti ya, Kebah. Kita ada Kizi, kita ada Zawi Azman dan juga harus diberi tumpuan pelumba muda anak didik saya sendiri iaitu Hikmah Zarawi.
Oh, itu anak didik adik?
Ya, betul. Daripada pasukan tim saya sendiri iaitu tim Aquatu Cycle Motion. Beliau merupakan penampilan sulung beliau. Dia juga adalah pelumba pendaki terbaik untuk seketika ini Akbar di Malaysia. Jadi harus diberi tumpuan kepada pelumba-pelumba muda kita selain Aiman Rosli. Jadi sudah pasti saingan untuk pelumba tempatan untuk edisi kali ini memang sengit dan juga menarik untuk kita lihat.
Okey, terima kasih adik Usani Osman. Pekan Kuah di Pulau Langkawi telah pun bersedia untuk kita menyaksikan permulaan cukup bersejarah bagi penganjuran PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 untuk peringkat yang pertama sejauh 96.7 km loop di Pulau Langkawi. Dan semuanya telah pun tersedia sekarang ini di sana. Dan pelumba-pelumba telah pun berada di garis permulaan untuk mereka memulakan aksi di peringkat yang pertama. Elok saja, ayuh rakyat Malaysia, bangunlah. Jom kita saksikan peringkat yang pertama, PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Let's beat the heat. Kita terus ke Pulau Langkawi bersama dengan pengulas Izwan Muhammad Noor dan juga adik Husaini Osman.
We can hear you
Selamat
loud and clear. All right, good morning, selamat pagi, and selamat datang. So, Danny, I'm going to get you to do that for the next 7 stages.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
All right, so welcome again. So, this is the 29th edition of PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi, and again in 2025. We will start this prestigious race, a 2-point pro prestigious race in the island of Langkawi, Danny.
Yeah, it's nice to be back in Langkawi, and again, that's the traditional start of the Tour de Langkawi. It's amazing, 29 years since its inauguration, so it is really nice to be back in the island, and it looked like they had a shower in the morning, but the rider able to start without the rain, so that's really nice, but the road seems to be a little bit wet.
Yeah. So at least it's a little bit cooler for them here, and we all know the Southeast Asian climate is very notorious for its heat and humidity. Looks like they will be starting in a slightly cooler temperature this morning. But yeah, like you said, Danny, the roads gets a little bit wet, so yes, they need to be a little bit careful on the corners.
Yeah, but generally, Malaysia roads are quite okay, even during the rain. So, especially you have this heavy downpour that kind of washes away the debris from the roads and the diesel oils and so forth. So, yeah, generally they're not that bad. But of course, the wet roads always adds a little bit of unpredictability, and especially probably puncture. It's easier to get a puncture in the rain. So. Today is a fairly short stage, and so if you have a puncture, there's probably going to be a little time, just a very short time to get back to the peloton. Yeah, let's talk about today's stage. It's a 96.7 kilometer for today, and it's just going around the island, and it is going counterclockwise this year. So starts off fairly flat, and it will have 3 intermediate sprints along the way, and finishing with a Cat 4 climb, and then there's this 13 kilometer to the finish after the climb, KOM.
Yeah, so Danny, so today definitely, so we're looking at, I think in total about 1,130 kilometer as a total, and yesterday we were starting in the Langkawi, island of Langkawi, and yesterday they had the amateur version of it called the Domestique, a little bit like the Tour de France L'Etape, which actually go and the riders actually race on the same course. Where the first stage is going to be, and like you said, you know, it is the reverse of last year's course, and whatever's uphill is going to be downhill, whatever's downhill is going to be uphill, which we would potentially see the same amount of elevation, and like we would always expect in the first day of any tour stage, it will definitely be an aggressive one because nothing is decided just as of yet. So we're going to expect some attacks going on quite early in the race, undecided who's gonna play their cards, and obviously towards the end we are going to expect on a first stage, looking at the course, a bunch sprint.
Yeah, should be a bunch sprint. Here's we're getting an aerial view of today's course. So we start off counterclockwise, fairly flat. There's a couple of small lumps along the way, but going around the beaches and going through very scenic part of the Langkawi Island, and then there's your first sprint 1 at kilometer 32.1 kilometer, and second sprint
in Bias,
58 kilometer,
and then third sprint not far after, about 10 kilometers after at Padang Matsirat, not far from the airport actually.
Yep.
Around the coastal into the Category 4 climb, Bukit Malut at 83.3 kilometer before they're heading back to the main town of Kuah, where we will be expecting a bunch sprint, and that's the elevation profile. Quite lumpy, nothing too serious to be honest.
Yeah, it should be a bunch sprint finish. However, with the element of the wet roads, and also this year, when we talk about later stages, there is no Genting Highland.
Yeah.
So there's only the major climb is going to be Fraser Hill, which is compared to Genting is a much easier climb. So what a lot of team may be thinking, the difference of separating the GC, the winners and the second place in the podium, so it will be probably by just a few seconds. So that may prompt other teams from attacking and trying to get the bonus to second. So I think you're gonna see a pretty aggressive racing from the start, and also there is a Category 4 climbing near the end. So whoever takes the KOM points at that Category 4 will be able to wear the KOM jersey for at least 2 days.
Oh yeah,
right, so
true.
we've seen that last year
with Tyler Tompkinson.
Yeah,
RS
Capital, right? So he take the KOM jerseys, and after he lost it, he just I think DNF or DNS the race. Maybe he was sick or something. But at least you get the honor to wear the KOM jersey, get on the podium for a couple of days. So that we've seen that very typical type of style racing, even in major race like Tour de France, and the rider who may not have a chance to go for the GC, they might as well go for the minor, let's say the minor podium, which is the KOM jersey or the points jersey. But obviously this year we have a lot of sprint stages, so we can talk about I think the most the exciting part of the competition will be fight for the points classification, and that's the PETRONAS. No, that's not the PETRONAS. The KBS orange jersey. Sorry about that. Typically, it's always in the past has been the PETRONAS green jersey, but now the leader jersey is the PETRONAS green jersey, and the points jersey is the KBS orange jersey. Yeah. So we would not be saying jersey kuning.
Yeah.
Right. So
you got that one right.
I'm learning.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So I think a lot of the viewers at home were wondering like how the Tour of Langkawi is different to something like Tour de France, which is probably more well known. More well known in the cycling world. It's the biggest race in the world. Obviously, people know Tour de France. But how is Tour of Langkawi differs, Danny, compared to Tour of Langkawi? Sorry, compared to Tour de France.
Well, Tour de France is the grandfather of all bike racing, right? So
one way to put it.
that's where everybody's. I think that's where the best riders in the world, best team in the world, participate, and that's what they target. And obviously teams like UAE, you have the World Tour teams like UAE, and then Jumbo Visma, and those are the Visma Lisa bike. So those are the major teams and targeting those races. So, but however, Tour de Langkawi is one of the major races in Asia circuit. So in the world of bike racing, you have the World Tour races, which consisted obviously the Grand Tours, the 3 Grand Tour, the Giro, the Vuelta, and the Tour. And then you have a lot of other World Tour races that going around throughout the world. But then in Asia, that's a different circuit. So you have a UCI Asia circuit, UCI European races, and UCI in America and Africa races. So different regions have their own different races. So Tour de Langkawi in Asia is definitely one of the premier race. And like you mentioned earlier, it's 29th edition. So I think that's got to be one of the longest running, continuously running races throughout the history of Asia racing. So, in Asia, there are more pro races now. You have the Shanghai, you have the other pro races. But in terms of Hainan as well in China. But in terms of in longevity, Tour de Langkawi certainly has its. I think it's leading in terms of number of years being hosted.
Yeah, I believe it's older than like a World Tour race, World Tour race, Tour Down Under. Yeah, it's definitely older than Tour Down Under. World Tour race in Australia. It's 2 Pro, but I think it's a good platform for Asian people in the Asian country, or even like a slightly lower tiered rider, to sort of make their mark and show what they're capable of when a race such as Tour Langkawi and 2 Pro have basically all the tier of teams. You have the world teams, we have the pro team, which is second tier team, and also a continental team. Something like your Terengganu cycling team, 7-Eleven team, and a few others like St. George as well, a team from Australia. Right, so it's good to actually come here, and obviously you normally see that this would normally be a race where they send their young and development riders, and you said like how old this race is. Like, can you sort of recall some of the big names that have actually joined Tour Langkawi?
Mark Cavendish.
Mark Cavendish. Wow, I didn't know. What age? You remember?
It's probably around 23, 20. He was with the national team under the British national team.
The Great Britain,
Yep, and he came over. Marcel Kittel. Was with the I think Sunweb or Shimano Sunweb team.
I think Michael Matthews was here.
Michael Matthews, absolutely. So that's Michael Matthews before he turns pro. And he was actually racing that year. Racing with our very own Malaysian famous rider, legend Anwar Manan. And here we're just getting a race start. Just sorry for interruption.
All right, so that's 0 kilometer, and like we've talked about earlier, Danny, straight from the gun, we see a rider from Terengganu cycling team straight away from the 0 kilometer mark attacking the bunch. So I got a few riders actually joining him. Behind him is a rider from St. George cycling team. And we're yet to see another visual who the other 4 riders joining that PSG rider. Looks like Adnan.
So there's a couple couple blue jerseys, and it's a 6 rider on the front with 7 rider now with a very small gap. So the peloton is extremely active, reacting immediately. As expected. It is especially first day, first few kilometers of the race. Everybody are fresh, ready to go. And however, wet roads certainly adds a little bit of unpredictability. So, but look like the whole group is back together again.
Looks like another rider from Isan sort of counter-attack the bunch again and sort of initiated another breakaway attempt. And like you said, Denny, everyone is chasing at the moment. It's going to be super fast and super aggressive. No one can sit in at the moment.
It's with your first intermediate sprint at kilometer 32. So a lot of teams, a lot of riders thinking, okay, if they can get there, If the sprinters are still in the peloton, in the first group, then they will fight for the bonus second. But again, counter-attack happening. You see, I think we see 4 rider just got off the road again. And this led by Ayman Rosli of Trengganu cycling team. And I think it's the Ziki from the national team. Who also was riding for Trengganu cycling team, but he actually currently is in the national team. He actually was taken out of the team, so he enabled him to do some racing in Spain. He did a couple some races, 6 or 8 races in Spain under the Caja Rural development, under 23 development team. So that was a really good opportunity for him, and he come back and obviously very motivated and trying to get on the in the break. Right now, 3 riders. There's a bit of daylight in between the peloton.
Oh yeah. But we're seeing like the peloton looks like they're still chasing. You can see on the right side of the screen, people are attempting to bridge across. We all know Ayman Rosli, Kizi Yi, and this rider from Kurt Farmer. We are yet to get a visual of what number jersey and who that particular rider is. We know Ayman Rosli. Ayman Rosli is a guy that does not liking riding in a big bunch. He rides to like go hard solo.
Yeah, he is the national champion, road champion, double champion. He's also a time trial champion.
Oh,
so
wow.
he is he's wearing both the national champion jersey for Malaysia on both the road and the time trial.
Well, so technically both won in time trial, because like he won in a solo breakaway in the road race and also won the time trial.
He is absolutely a strong rider, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good. Like he's been, I've heard that Trengganu cycling team have a good shot at racing in Europe this year.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit different compared to previous years, I suppose.
Yeah, the team spent about a month, about 3 weeks to a month, 3 weeks in Europe and Spain. And that was a good opportunity. They did 3 races, 1.1 races, and they were actually rubbing shoulder with UAE, and so that was a really good opportunity for especially for the young rider to learn from that, and also a rider like Stefan de Bon for the Trengganu cycling. Unfortunately, Stefan supposed to be in this race, and he injured. He had a crash, dislocated shoulder. So shout out to him. I'm sure he's watching right now. But shout out to him for speedy recovery. I think he's going to do the next race in Kyushu in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, like Stefan de Bont last year was with EF Education. Obviously, rode super aggressive. Nearly got himself a stage win.
Yep.
But yeah, he must be in FOMO mode at the moment.
Yeah. Here it goes. Look like Trengganu cycling team again. With this is a tag look like from Vadim.
Yep, Vadim Pronsky, a Kazakhstan rider. Used to ride for Astana, Kazakhstan last year.
Yeah, last year. Yeah, he rode a few years with Astana team. Now it's called XDS.
Yep.
Astana. But he also was a podium finisher in Tour de Langkawi, a GC, and also the winner of the Asian classification just 2 years ago.
Yeah. And obviously he's on a mission this year as well to reclaim his best Asian classification jersey this year. And like you mentioned, Denny, the race is pretty much still very, very aggressive. No breakaways have gone. Still pretty early in the race. We've only just gone 3 kilometers, strung out. You can see on the screen, Denny, the whole bunch is strung out.
The guys are probably averaging at 45, 48k an hour right now, and this pace is probably going to be ongoing until the first intermediate sprint. And I see on the profile map there's a little bit of hill after the first intermediate sprint, so that's probably going to be launching another attack to break away. But I think the group will probably stay all together until the first intermediate sprint, because everyone are super active. No one in the peloton is letting anyone, although we have one rider that's opening up a bit of gap right now, solo. and that look like from Chengdu.
Yep, Chengdu cycling team from China.
Chengdu DYC cycling team.
DYC cycling team. Yep. And it's a few riders. So let's see, Danny. I think we've looked at the list in terms of the riders that's showing up to this year's PETRONAS Langkawi. We do realize that last year we had 3 teams. We have the team DSM, which is now Picnic Post NL, Astana Kazakhstan, which is this year XDS Astana, and also EF Education last year. But we only have 2 this year.
Yeah,
we only have 2, XDS and also Picnic Post NL. But we do have quite a little bit more pro team joining this year.
A lot of pro teams. So we can go through the list of pro teams. Uno X Mobility from Norway.
Yeah. And then I think there's an interesting fact that our friend Jean-Francois Kinney, JFQ we call him, he's probably on site now. He says that yes, we have less amount of world team or world tour team previously known, but last year we only had 3 Tour de France teams, which is the 3 world teams. But this year, despite we have less amount of world team, we have 5 teams that actually have competed in the Tour de France. Yes, we have the XDS Astana and also Picnic Post NL, but we also have the Uno X, a pro team that competed in 3 teams that have actually competed in the recent years Tour de France. We have the Uno X Mobility, Tudor Pro Cycling, and also Total Energies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then also teams participate in the Valda, right? Confama.
Yep.
Bogos. Confama didn't. They didn't do the Valda this year, but Bogos was just finishing up Valda.
Yep.
So they are in a good. They should be in good condition. And Poti Visit Malta from Italy. They were in the Giro this year.
Was it Bardiani? Yeah, Bardiani as well.
Bardiani as
Italian team. Polti, Spanish team, actually.
No, it's actually Italian. It's actually a mix of Italian and Spanish.
Right. So the team owners are.
The team owners are also right. So it's let's talk about the teams, right? So you got Poti, we just talked about Poti Visit Malta.
Right.
It's actually the team of Alberto Contador.
A Spanish guy.
Is multiple winner of the Grand Tours and the Tour de France.
Yeah.
So 3 times, and then he is in the. But they registered team Italy, Ivan Basso, who is also another Tour de France podium finisher, and it's the joint effort between Alberto Contador and Ivan Basso, and then you have talk about teams with famous riders as a founder of the team, the Tudor Pro cycling team. That was it's started by Fabio Cancellara.
Yep.
And it's based in Switzerland, and they have some every year they've been bringing up their Alvin Klein, who is their major sprinter. So they have done really well with multiple stages in the green jersey in the past. And let's not forget, going back to Uno X, sorry to jumping around a little bit, but Uno X Mobility, as we're talking, there's a famous rider, famous rider among the starting line, and it's a major honor to have him present in this race, and then this should be maybe his last race before retirement at the end of the 2025. And that is a legendary rider, Alexander Kristoff.
Yeah, at the age of 38 at the moment, racing the Tour of Langkawi, and he's on a bit of a mission. He's already got 98 pro wins, so he's got 98 stages under his belt. So he's trying to look for another 2, make it a round number, 100 stages before ending his career.
How wonderful would that be if he win the 100 victory in the Kuala Lumpur?
That would be epic, wouldn't it?
That would be, and then retire from there. I mean, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, a good epic ending.
Yeah.
For a very fulfilling career, I suppose, for Kristoff.
Yep. And for Tour of Langkawi, we just have the honor of him taking the 100th victory. So I certainly hope he will be able to do that.
Yeah.
And talk about wins. Team Astana XDS. And that's another team, very strong team. I think this year probably the strongest team that in this year Tour de Langkawi with multiple stage winner, Matteo Marochelli.
Yep, Marochelli. He was the KBS Orange Jersey winner last year, although on a completely different team. Ukyo, which is not even present in this year's Tour de Langkawi, but this year he's on a better lineup. I assume, better lineup. Astana, he got earlier in the season for 2025. He's been like super aggressive, winning back-to-back stages at the Presidential Tour of Turkey. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how he would perform, and obviously, being the previous owner of the orange jersey, the pressure is on him, and obviously he himself would want to retain that title of the KBS orange jersey, and obviously with these other riders from other teams. For example, we were talking about Uno X Mobility earlier. We have Ellen Blikla, who was also a former in 2022, holding the orange jersey. And then we have Arthur Decline, you mentioned earlier. He was last 2 years holder of KBS orange jersey. So yeah, there's a few competitors for the sprint classification this year.
Yep, absolutely. And talk about teams that has a famous rider starting the team. That's no other than XDX Astana, who founded the team. Was started by Alexander Vinokurov, who was the podium finisher of Tour de France. And guess what? Both of his sons and are racing. Talk about the generation, right? Past.
That's right.
The year past. So he has a twin son, Alexander Vinokurov, same as his father's name, and Nicholas Vinokurov, and two sons, and both racing for Team XDS Astana. And Nicholas is just finished the Valda, and then should be in pretty good form. So he would be a major contender, not only for the Asian classification, but I think he's coming in targeting the Petronas green jersey, the overall leader.
Yeah. So let's see.
Peloton still very active.
Very, very active. As we were talking about the whole team lineup. I mean, we're going to keep continuing the lineup of teams that we have here. We've only got a few, but yeah, like you said, Denny, the peloton is still not sitting up. It's still pretty active. Attacking is still going. I've only done 10K of the race. But it looks like it's, I mean, if we're trying to look at the lens of a weekend warrior like me and you, and like probably most of the viewers, that's a hard 10 kilometer. That's a hard 10 kilometer.
Absolutely. So a lot of the bike races, people who watches bike races, and they probably, a lot of the races broadcast on TV probably showing like the last 100K. But actually, a lot of the action happened in the first 1 hour. I remember one of the pro riders was talking about, like, if you were to watch TV, you would want to watch the first 1 hour and the last 1 hour.
Yeah.
Because, that's where a lot of the action happening.
That's true.
So for today, for a relatively short stage of 90-some kilometer, that would take about 2 hours of racing.
Yeah.
So that's why today is going to be action from the gun to the finish. And we see that now we're looking at the back of the peloton, but at the front, again, four riders, look like four riders.
Four riders.
Opening up a gap, quite significant gap. I don't see the peloton right now.
Yeah.
And that is, that's the Malaysian national team. And and number 215, Malaysian national team. Then you have 7-Eleven, a rider from 7-Eleven as well, and then St. George, and then Ayman Rosley of the TSG Trengganu cycling team. Well done. And look like Peloton seems like sitting up a bit, and the gap is growing rapidly. We haven't got a time check, but it look like it's at least 10-15 seconds. Then the peloton is out of sight from the roads, from the video. And whenever the rider is, the peloton doesn't see the breakaway rider, and the peloton sort of slows down a little bit more, and gives the opportunity for the breakaway rider to even open up a bigger gap.
All right, so we've got 4 riders in the breakaway, and now in front pulling the group is Aiman Rosli, the current national champion for Malaysia, riding for Terengganu cycling team. And then we have just behind him, I believe, was Yusri Syari, Malaysia national cycling team. He was here last year as well in the 2024 edition. And then we have Mate Drinovic from 7-Eleven Click, a Philippine-based team. And also, last but not least, Mitchell Fitzsimmons from New Zealand, from St. George cycling team.
Yeah, the quartet working very well together. So they're almost riding like a team time trial, and they're just rotating. You see everyone just riding for about 30 seconds or so. Then they pull off and they rotate. And for the viewers who are watching right now, this is probably the best way to keep the small group going, and everybody sharing the workload, and rotating nicely. And we have Aiman Rosli, time trial champion for Malaysia, in the break, and for sure, you know the average speed is gonna be fast.
Yeah.
And the four rider are rotating through very well together. So I think they should be going, and opening up a gap. I think we don't have the time check. We hope we get a time check soon on this, so we know how far ahead they are.
Yeah, so they're rotating very well together. I think the key is, well, we were just talking about not chasing, so...
Is that Confama?
Yeah, that's Confama in front, followed by a rider from XDS Asana, or Uno X just behind him. Yeah, it looks like they are still chasing, although we've seen some visuals that they've got some gap, 20 seconds there. We have visual on the screen now, 20 seconds gap, but looks like the peloton is still chasing this breakaway rider down. But judging from the way it looks like, they potentially could increase the gap, because the way they do the rotation, keep a constant pressure on the pedals, rotate nice and smoothly, sort of like an even time gap between one guy to another, one cyclist to another. We will see what happens, but as of now, the peloton is still chasing them down.
Yeah, sometimes, a lot of times, at the early part of the race, whenever there's a breakaway gone, there's a little bit of a hesitation between the major teams. Everybody is sort of playing a little bit of poker game and trying to see who is going to commit their riders to get to the front of the peloton to start working. So this is how you tell if a team coming here has an ambition. So as you can see, Confama is probably targeting the overall classification, so they don't want the gap to go up too high. And then, of course, Uno X, they have their sprinter. We talked about Alexander Kristoff, so obviously they want to make sure that the breakaway doesn't succeed to the end, and they need to put a rider in the front to control the gap in order to ensure a bunch finish. And so it is XDS, obviously also they have Maricelli, so they want to make sure that it's going to finish in a bunch sprint. So this is a good time to see what teams and what ambition they have, and are they confident at their leader to commit a rider to the front? Because you see, like Tudor, they haven't shown too much. They don't have anyone up the front, and but you can see now the gap quickly shrinking down to just 8 seconds right now.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see it's quite motivating. You thought you got it all sorted, break established, but it is like you said, first stage of the race. It's pretty much first stage in every tour racing. You look at Tour de France, it gets so aggressive where crash is inevitable, right?
Yep.
So let's not hope that's going to be the case for today. But yeah, it's quite common. Everyone's just sort of like trying to set the pace, but because at the moment we don't know who's going to be in GC, who's going to be in points, who's going to be in King of the Mountain, who's going to be the best Asian rider.
And also, even though we're assuming it's going to end up in a bunch sprint, but in 2014, 2014 Tour de Langkawi stage, also in Langkawi Island, with a similar route and a breakaway of I believe 5 riders actually succeeded. to the end. So so it's not always given that a flat stage will end up in a bunch sprint, because it had happened in the past that the breakaways does succeed because everyone is sort of looking around, waiting for another team to come in. But we see Confarmer, team from Spain, that is on aggression again. So they obviously they weren't present in the breakaway and they weren't happy about 4-rider going up the stage. So they decided to pull it back and launch a counterattack. But now they pull off, and again, Terengganu cycling team is back on the front and trying to go away. And there you go, Adnan from Terengganu cycling team being super aggressive. So TSG being in there, they're the leading team in Malaysia, one of the best team and actually one of the best continental team in the world. And they were 2024, and they were the best continental team in the world and in Asia as well. So they are super aggressive in their home race, and so they want to be in the breakaway. And now it's Unibet.
Yeah, the Rockets. Yeah, they call them the Rockets.
We have not talked so much about them. This is a team from France. That they are, I think this is a first-time participation in the Tour de Langkawi.
That's right. Yeah, I think it's for me, it's one of the most exciting teams for me to see, because they have very good presence in social media, very good presence on Instagram and YouTube, and they have some pretty nice vlog. I mean, it's more, I guess, a more how do I say, futuristic way of making it more appealing for the sponsors, making the sports more, I guess, closer to the general cyclists out there, to the viewers. You know, they have a lot of behind the scenes. They have a lot of fun stuff going on, showing day-to-day stuff. So it kind of you look at it and kind of have, like, you know, how do I say, you feel connected to the team almost. Yeah, it's been good following them on social. So I guess one of the most decorated team, you know. Very nice, good-looking bikes, good-looking kit, very nice social media. Be good to see what's going to come up on the social for Tour Langkawi.
yeah. So so if you have Unibet is a pro team, so they are a second division team. They obviously participate in a lot of bigger races, but however, if your team doesn't have a huge budget, so you can't hire the top riders. So a lot of times, so they obviously have a very creative and innovative way of getting their team known. It's by, obviously one way is by going into the front, go on attack, and we can try to see the name of this rider. But that's one way to promote the team, promote yourself, and promote the sponsors is by great social media, which is, we know everybody nowadays are watching social media. And that is one very effective way. If you don't have the big-time riders like Pokachas or, you know, Vinokurov, Alexander Kristoff. So if you don't have the big riders, so obviously you can focus on other part of the social media to get the brand and get the sponsor out there.
Yeah. So that the rider just now is Adrian Mayer, a French cyclist riding for the Unibet Tietema Rockets, or more famously known as the Rockets.
Yeah.
So riding on Cannondale Super 6 Evo Vision wheels. Yeah, Vision Metron. Looks like 60mm wheels here.
It looks like a pretty flashy paint job matching the team kit. So
That's right.
It is pretty neat.
Yeah. So that's Andre, rider number 62. Let's see.
Bestie. Is it 62 or 61?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 61. Sorry, a bit of confusion there. So rider 61, right? Adrian Mayer. So I was just looking back. So yeah, we don't know. His bike looks like a 61. Maybe he had a bike swap or something. But the jersey is 62. All right. So we got to interview him. Who are you actually?
So he is, well, obviously he has to wear the right body number.
Yeah.
But it's funny that he is riding a bike 61, but his number is 62.
Yeah, maybe something happened at the start of the stage. You know, they had to swap bikes quickly. Probably
Maybe.
that could be the problem stage.
Yeah. So they're approaching the sprint point of the first intermediate sprint. We're 70, so 75k to the finish, and so it's still quite a bit away. We're still looking at a 20. The race covered 20 kilometer. So we're still at 12k to the first intermediate sprint.
So rider Baptiste. So if that's the correct one. Rider number 62, although on a 61.
One bike. Yeah. So I think that it could be mechanical issues. I don't know if that's intentionally, because you may. I don't think the race organizer or the UCI like that. But if there's a valid reason, sure. Because each bike is fitted with a different timing chip, right? So so the bike 61 would be using a 61 timing chip. So if you go to cross the line first, and then the result would show a different rider, so that would have caused some problem with it. But obviously, if there's a reason, then you are allowed to ride your teammate's bike. There's no question about that. Yeah. But my guess, maybe somebody put the wrong number on the bike, because it looked like it's his bike. It just fits his well. It looks very well. Unless the two riders are really the same geometry.
That happens as well, right? It's like, I mean, for example, like the team leaders having an issue, and then they would normally go, you know, if they can't get to their car quick enough, they would normally just get the teammate's bike, which is roughly about the same size. So
it depends. So you know, there have been cases where the GC leader literally have their domestic rider riding the same size bike or similar size bike. So that if something does happen, because nowadays with the wheel change, with the disc wheel, it does take a little bit longer. So a lot of teams just go ahead and switch the bike. But if your team car cannot get to the rider, and then it is faster just to use a teammate bike. So we will find out. That will be at the finish line interview. Maybe we'll get a chance to find out what exactly happened.
All right, so we are seeing on screen now, we've got a couple of riders chasing, and like you said, Danny, the peloton is not sitting up, it is still chasing, and I think it's the same, it's quite the same as well. Last year, I remember the race have gone probably 40-50 kilometer, and we're still yet to establish any breakaway, and we are seeing the same structure here today. Peloton is still aggressively chasing Baptiste in front here, riding solo from the Rockets.
Absolutely. So we see the roads are a bit wet, so riders are still very cautious, but at the same time cautiously aggressive.
Cautiously aggressive.
The peloton is chasing. Absolutely. They don't want anyone to get up the road and taking the maximum time bonus. So everybody wants an opportunity to at least get the time bonus, and because it's first day, right? There's a lot of jerseys in the stake. You get enough time bonus. You could be taking the points classification, although the points classification, the finishing line point classification has a maximum point. So even there are 3 intermediate, even you're taking all 3 intermediate, but if you don't win but if you're finishing high in the end, then you can take the overall leader and as well as the point classification. So everything is up for the play right now. So that's why the peloton is being super aggressive. No one is letting anyone go.
Yeah. So. Although they almost catch Baptiste but they sort of let it go a little bit, and then again, Ayman Rossi is not sitting still. With the same rider, Mitchell Fitzsimmons at the back, followed by, looks like again, not sure, there's another rider as well. 3 of them try to bridge across to Baptiste.
Yeah, they're almost reaching right now, back on his wheel. And look like Peloton slows down just a little bit right now. And we covered, look like we covered the 26 kilometer up to now. And from the back, it's difficult to judge from the back because they look like they're just pedaling for a Sunday ride.
That's right.
But
it is Sunday. It is morning.
Yeah, but the peloton may be still traveling at a very fast speed. But it looks like the peloton is lining across the road.
A little bit of a shake of a head from Baptiste Vuillet. It's like, no, I'm not pulling. I've been in the brake for that long already. I've been riding solo for a little bit. Give me a bit of a break.
Yeah, let's see who is the rider on the front from the St. George team.
Yep.
Is that Daniel Whitehouse or?
Not sure. Judging from his gesture, probably the same person, Mitchell Fitzsimmons.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're yet to get a clear shot of him until we see his race number. We have a rider from Iceland just behind Baptiste Vuillet, and Ayman Rossi again being super aggressive in this first stage of the 29th edition of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, I think that's the Iceland rider. So 4 rider, and look like peloton sort of sitting up just for a moment. Maybe they're looking at each other and look at which other teams, which team want to take up the chase. So we talked about a little bit of game poker face. Yeah, so that's a 163.
163 is Nate Haddon.
Nate Haddon, okay.
Nate Haddon, yeah, 163.
And Ayman Rossi.
Yeah, same. Just got to make sure the jersey is the right, number. Yeah, 163.
184.
And 184 is a rider from Iceland. 184 is a George Matsui.
Oh, okay. Here's a Japanese rider with an English name.
That's
George
right,
Matsui. Yeah, you don't get that very often.
That's right. No, normally you get. It's quite common to get a Chinese with an English name.
Okay.
You know, like yourself, Danny Feng. But yeah, George Matsui. Yeah, it's good.
There we go. So the peloton, yeah, it definitely is slowing down. That's peloton slowing down a bit. Some rider taking nature break.
Yeah, that's that is underscore set. Underscore set rider 26 from Uno X. So that is from the race breakaway group. We have Baptiste Vuillet from the Rockets.
And it looked like he got some bandage on the knee, so he must have had a crash or quite very recently, just maybe when doing the training.
Yeah. That's a bit of a bummer, wouldn't it? Like, okay, George Matsui at the back of the breakaway here. Ayman Rossi just about to re-enter into the pace line. Rider 113 from Terengganu Cycling Team, and then just in front is Nate Haddon from St. George Continental Cycling Team.
Yeah, they're approaching the sprint right now. So I think they're about a few kilometers. Just 1 kilometer from the sprint line, and that's whoever takes the sprint line will have 3 bonus seconds.
Yeah.
So I think Matsui and Ayman Rossi will be fighting for the Asian classification.
Yeah.
And as well.
All right, so they are approaching the first intermediate sprint, which is in the Harbour Point.
Yep.
Harbour Point, which is at kilometer. Obviously, we see on screen is basically the kilometer counting down, but the first intermediate sprint would be in the Harbour Point, which is at kilometer 32.1. Yeah, 32.1. So not far off, about 3 kilometers. About 3 kilometers to go until they reach their first PETRONAS Harbour Park on the right. So there's a PETRONAS Harbour Park on the right. And all the sprint points, FYI, all at a PETRONAS gas station.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, makes sense.
Yeah.
So you have the main sponsor, PETRONAS.
Almost all of them. Yeah, you can see that's the team from last year. I'm assuming that's going to be the team for this year as well, considering they are the title sponsor.
So if you're visiting the beautiful island of Langkawi, driving around, down, so you know where to add the fuel. Petrol.
Yeah.
So-
That's the local gas company, local fuel company.
Yeah.
They have been supporting a lot of the sporting developments in the country. They've done a lot for obviously cycling. They've done a lot for motorsports and a few other different kind of sports. You know, they're investing back into the community, so that's good to see such big companies actually doing back for the community, the development of grassroots, development of local sporting scene. Yeah, and then we are seeing here, we've got a 30 seconds gap now between the peloton and the head of the race. The head of the race, as you've seen on the screen, 500 meters until the sprint finish point. We can see Ayman Rosli is getting off the saddle going.
Come on.
Right, and looks like no one's actually responded that quickly enough. Looks like Ayman Rosli is going all in, heading towards the first intermediate sprints. Can he take it to the line? Looks like he established a pretty significant gap to the other three riders. The rider from Iceland is not interested. And looks like Ayman Rosli sealed the deal for the first intermediate sprint. Full maximum point for Ayman Rosli, and second by Nate Haddon, and then third points, 1 point or third place by Baptiste Ouillet.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done, Ayman.
Yep.
So then, well, the quartet should continue, and then they will be able to. There are still 2 more to go. So I think Ayman Rosli had a very clear target to get on that, get the best Asian classification. And also possibly he could have taken, also get an opportunity to take the points if he finished very well in the finishing, but unlikely. So we just saw briefly the beautiful blue sea of Langkawi Island. So they are just right around the harbor, with the finish line with the harbor point. So they're obviously next to the harbor, but you can see the beautiful blue, green, emerald color sea. So that's a major tourist spot. So again, Langkawi Island, the race was launched by Tun Mahathir, and now the goal was to really to showcase the beauty of the Malaysia, and the Langkawi Island is definitely a jewel of the Malaysia tourism. So if you ever get a chance to visit Malaysia, I certainly encourage you to make a stop at the Langkawi Island, because it is one of the most beautiful nature park and nature view of Malaysia. So certainly, as the peloton is going through, you can see the beautiful harbor. You can enjoy the beautiful sights, the sceneries, and also a bit of wildlife, and then bring a bike and go right around the island of Langkawi. It's absolutely beautiful. And also the food, right? The food in Langkawi, Malaysia is also famous for this food and mix of culture. In Malaysia, we are blessed with Malay, Indian, Chinese food. There's a mix of Nyonya, Baba food as well, and it's wonderful. I mean, I lived in Malaysia for over 20 years now.
All right.
I never get tired of the food, right? So it is wonderful to enjoy. I definitely.
Can you sort of like recommend? Like, you've been here for 20 years. What's your favorite ones?
I like seafood, so anything with like chili crab, that is certainly, the fish certainly are my favorite.
That's good. That's good. Right. So yeah. So a little bit of an info from Langkawi. Obviously, my mom-in-law is from Langkawi.
Wow.
Yeah, my mother-in-law is still in Langkawi. Some of their family members still in Langkawi. They live not far from the airport. Yeah. So. But for all of you out there, it's Langkawi. It's not just an island on its own. It's an archipelago. It's an archipelago of about 99 islands. Right. And then there, obviously, it's famous when you reach the jetty at Langkawi. You see this Yeah, sorry. I just cannot not see the sketchy turns they had to do just now. They had to be pretty careful, you know, you don't want to crash, you know, once you crash, you're just not sitting the same on the bike anymore, you're just not pedaling the same anymore, so yeah, you have to be a little bit more careful going into the corners, you know, it's always a bit more, it's always a wise decision to be a bit more careful taking into the corners. You see a lot of these painted white lines, you definitely want to avoid those. And yeah, before we continue talking about Langkawi, 1 minute and 30 seconds, the biggest they've got so far for the breakaway.
So definitely the peloton is sitting up, and they are not picking up the chase just yet. It is quite significant gap of 1 minute 30. So you saw 30 seconds probably just a couple minutes ago, and then quickly grew up to 1 minute 30. Let's just we'll see later who is going to take up the chase for the peloton. I think everyone is kind of looking at each other, but I think they want the Team Astana XDS to come up to do the chase, but I don't see them committing just yet. But meanwhile, guys are going through a bit of turns, and here we go. We can see Tudor and XDS, Tudor and Uno X are on the front, just trying to set up the chase. So we just saw, here's a replay of the first intermediate sprint that's taken by Ayman Rosley of the Terengganu cycling team on his, I have to shout out, on his custom painted national color Polygon Helios bike.
Yeah.
And it's a new model this year, and it's a very nice bike. In fact, I ride the same bike.
You just bought the same one, didn't you?
I bought the same one because it was such a nice bike to ride, and certainly one of the best bike I ever ridden.
Oh wow, wow! And what you had? I mean, obviously you've ridden for a very long time. Must have been a quite a different experience, right?
Yeah, it was very it was a bit of redesign. So it was a new model for this year, and they definitely stiffen up the front and stiffen up the bottom bracket as well. And they also did a lot of aerodynamic work on the frame, so it actually kind of looks like the Cannondale, but it has a shaped down tube, arrow shaped down tube, and arrow profile, and a nicer fork. I think a wider fork. As you see the UCI, a lot of the bikes are going to a wider front fork, and they kind of provide more aerodynamic flaring for the riders. And you've seen that. I think the Cycling News just tested it like the most aero bike. And the winner was the Factor, the prototype with the almost like the Trek type
like
of the fork,
like the Lotus bike.
Lotus bike, yeah.
GB,
Yeah. So, and I think the UCI quickly come up with rules of how wide the front fork can be, because obviously it does provide a certain aero advantages as well.
Yeah.
And
you look at the lineup of our breakaway. I guess Cannondale is probably, everyone knows Cannondale. They've been around for a very long time. They're quite a commercial, big brand, whereas the other three bikes in the breakaway at the moment are not your, I guess, top tier conventional commercial bikes. You have the Polygon from Terengganu cycling team. You have the Dare bikes. Obviously, Dare was so-called made famous by Uno X back then. But yeah, they're still not a big brand. From China, and also
St. George
on Pardus. Yeah, Pardus is also a brand from China, and they're not even using a conventional group set. They use a Magine, I believe it's a semi-wireless group set, right?
Yeah.
How technology have come.
So we see the peloton now. The Tudor team, cycling team, is on the front now doing the chase. You see the gap sort of shrink down a little bit from 1 minute 30 to 1 minute. So Alvin decline. So it shows ambition and not wanting the breakaway to take away all the bonus, and what also they want to keep a relatively smaller gap control for the bunch finish. So again, XDS is being very smart, not committing any rider, letting Tudor and Uno X Mobility to do the controlling on the front, and saving their XDS saving their rider from it to the finish. So who is your pick for today's. If it comes down to a bunch sprint,
Yep.
who is your pick for winning today's stage?
Oh, I mean, if you look on stats, I'm gonna say in terms of who has the. I'm gonna go for Arvid. I know you're gonna go for Martuchelli. I'm gonna go for Arvid, considering that he probably have a fresher legs. But then again, Martuchelli have that race experience throughout the year. He's probably a lot more confident going through these gaps and all these fighting for positions towards the end of a sprint, whereas Arvid has been off the picture for quite some time. But I'm going to count on his fresh legs. But if it was up to me, we want to see like a local rider actually winning it. Probably the likes of Harif Saleh from Terengganu Cycling Team, who have basically. This Tour of Langkawi have been basically his stepping stone to make who he is today.
Yeah.
And he's giving it another go after last year's race didn't go as planned. So you would definitely want to see him get on the podium for this year.
And and it's probably his last year racing as well. It is possible. He is 38 years old, and so.
Given a good last crack.
Yeah, he's a triple stage winner of the Tour de Langkawi, so definitely a massive honor.
Yeah.
And a great rider, great person as well, very funny.
Yeah.
But however, this year Terengganu Cycling did add a new potential sprinter, Hamdan.
Yep.
And so that is, in the past they have always just focused on one sprinter, Harif Saleh. But obviously with Harif getting a little bit older, and they are preparing the next generation of sprinters. So Terengganu Cycling certainly have a history of great sprinters.
Yep.
So now it seems like the baton maybe being passed over to Hamdan. So we will see. So Hamdan had won a race in Turkey. As well, so he's certainly a rider, upcoming sprinter. So we certainly hope he can put up a good fight for the end. But it looked like XDS decide to put up their rider. Maybe their DS Mark Rishaw is listening in the YouTube. So he said, okay, well, it's time for us to commit. Because a lot of time, right, in a professional peloton, there is an etiquette. It's like, hey, if you have a sprinter want to fight for the finishing line, you should commit at least one rider to do some work on the front. So that way. It feels like I think there's a professionalism, like it's fair, right? So you cut your team work, so you get a stage win. It is respected. If you don't do any work and then you just go and sit in for a free ride and for the finishing line, the pro guys, the pro peloton doesn't really like that. And it's amazing. They are competitors. The teams are competitors with each other, but you race in and out all year round. So sometimes you're allies and sometimes you're enemies, competitors. Not enemies, but competitors. But rivals. Right? But generally they are very professional. Because in a bike race you never know what's going to happen.
That is true.
And it is a different situation. One moment you're allies, one moment you're rivals. So they are generally they're very professional. Some days that you may need help, and some days I need help. So, and I know the mechanics. They're very friendly with each other. So, So they help each other out. And whenever they can, they're missing something, they need a part. Because you go to a bike race, and you're not going to be able to bring the entire toolbox to ride.
That is right.
So someday you need something, they ask each other. So it is very, very nice community. I mean, it's really fun. If you ever get a chance to travel with the pro teams, it is like you see the riders, see the different people, and there's definitely a lot of a friendship and a camaraderie. So it goes very well, and it's really enjoyable.
I think the way you look at it is like, yes, we're racing each other, but at the end of the day, we're just trying to put on a good show together. Put on a good show, put on a fair fight. Put a good image of cycling and how the people that are actually watching it can make it an example. Like, oh, the pro riders are doing this. The pro riders are actually, yes,
they're competitors, but they can actually work together. They can actually, you know, give respect to one another. You know, although they're competing for, you know, like a lot bigger prize money. You know what I mean? And that's what they do for a job.
Sure.
You know, yeah. I truly understand when you say about sprinter. Like you don't, you know, you go on your Sunday or weekend rides, right? You got one of these mates that just sit in the whole ride and suddenly come to a sprint point. Suddenly sprint you. You're like, you're not gonna like that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was like, where were you the whole ride?
Yeah, right.
And then come to a sprint point, suddenly he sprints everyone else. Like, I don't like that guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so the professional guys, they're really great. You know,
it's the unwritten rule, I suppose, right?
Yeah, and also the riders, they'll move teams to teams. So some days, I mean, your rival team, just like you just look at Maricelli. He was fighting with Gallup, last year. So, you know, they're opposite team, and now he's within the XDS Astana team. So
I mean, if you've not been a good sport last year, you know, the whole team's not gonna like you this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why all these guys are super professional, and that's what it makes that you racing fun to watch and also safer, right? They're not doing anything silly and causing unnecessary accident and so forth. So
I mean, the job itself already require a lot of, you know, focus. You know, they're tired not just physically but also mentally, right? Like you don't want to add these other things to worry about. You know, we're at the end of the day, this is their office, so-called. You know, we're working together to finish this race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially if you're doing a 5-hour, I mean, some days there are 200 plus kilometers, and the breakaway goes, and you're sitting in the peloton, and there's like 5 hours of nothing to say. So yeah, they chatted with each other. They talk about
whatever,
talk about life and everything, and then. You know, but then the moment, you know, when the time comes to the racing, the critical part, then immediately game on. So that's how these guys are. Like you said, it is their office.
Pretty much.
So they make it a nice day of working.
Yeah. So that's just on the screen is Baptiste Ouillet from the Rockets. Yeah, Unibet Titama Rockets, more famously known as Rockets. They've got some pretty nice color combination here. Yeah, it's a wet and wild ride. It's going to be a fun job for the team mechanics afterwards.
Yeah, I see that it's getting drier. So thankfully the rain has stopped, but you can still see raindrops or splashes from the roads. So a lot of riders, they will have a very dirty bike. And talk about Mark Rishaw. Oh no, that's the conformer. Sorry, conformer. Yeah, there it goes, team car. The joy of sitting in team car.
Yeah. Like, it's not that easy. People thought it's easy to drive the team car, but it's actually not that easy. Like, you have to drive, and at the same time, you have to feed the rider, and then also you have to make sure you're not hitting the other team cars.
Yes.
And also, try not to hit the other riders that potentially over there, you know, taking the feed from their team car, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sure you've had some experience, you know, with the team car.
Yeah.
Like, what's the most scariest, or what's the one that is appealing to you? Do you have any one experience being in the team car that appeals to you?
Personally, I love driving the team car, being in the team car.
Right.
Because you feel like you're actually really involved in the racing.
Okay.
You know, and it's funny, a lot of DSs become, they always talk about, there's a race up front in the peloton, then there's a race among the DSs in the team car.
I bet.
But generally, most of DSs, and they're very professional as well, just like the rider. Most of them are ex-riders. But I like driving the team car. It's you know, you're actually very involved. You have the race radios from the you have the videos, and nowadays you have the videos and the race radios. You're constantly talking to the riders. You hear what's going on, and the riders provide you the feedback, and you feel like you're part of the racing. But also, yeah, it's not an easy job by any means. You know, you got to feed the riders, so the rider coming back, and then whenever today is a relatively cooling day, but in the hot days, and sometimes you get 5-6 teams want to feed at the same time.
Yeah.
So everyone are fighting to get to the front of the line. in order to feed their rider, so their rider, so your own rider drop back the minimum, so they have a lesser time to get back to the group. So everybody fighting from the front, and then you have the rider from behind and the left and right trying to come past by you, and you're trying to keep your line straight without hitting the riders.
Yeah.
And then when your rider trying to grab a bottle, then a lot of time the DS give him a slingshot just to get them back to the get it back
The
to the
sticky
speed.
bottle. A little bit of a sticky bottle.
Sticky bottle. So there's a way to do it without ripping off your arm.
Right.
They're, when the riders are carrying full load, and they're trying to get a slingshot, and they're just gonna grab onto your hand and grab onto the bottle.
That's right.
And you have one hand on the steering wheel and one hand trying to give them a sling, and not to break your arm at the same time. But most important, you gotta watch out the rider from the behind, and that's where you don't see rider may come up, and where some incident where you see like a lesser. Generally, you want to pass the team car on the right side, especially if you're driving on the left side, so you want to pass on the right side. But some inexperienced rider will trying to get through on the left side, narrow part, and then it's fairly dangerous. And I think I had to talk to a few teams, telling them that you need to tell your rider to go onto the open road, so to avoid the cars from going, turning to the left and then hitting the rider. So that is most stressful, especially in a mountain stage. Today,
the speed's a little bit slower.
It's a little bit slower. Then you have riders drop from behind, and they are bombing down, trying to catch the front group. And they just, the rider just want to get to the front as fast as possible. So they're not looking at the car. So, I mean, they're just trying to pass the car, so you're trying to avoid them. That is fairly dangerous. So it's not an easy job, but fortunately most team car has a helper, and the mechanic typically sits on the back with a cooler box, with the drinks, and with the wheels, and so they have to stay alert. But then you generally have another co-driver sitting next to you, trying to give you a hand out, and it's a fun job. It's a fun job, but it's stressful. You enjoy it, but you absolutely enjoy it.
Right. Okay, so back into the race. We were seeing the XDS Astana pretty much just doing a rotation between the Uno X and also the Judo Pro Cycling. I guess these three teams are more interested into the sprints, and then obviously Picnic and Post NL just behind there, pretty much I think just to secure a good spot, to secure for a good timing towards the finish. It's just like, I guess like you said just now, it's a mutual understanding. You want to sprint, I want to sprint, you want to sprint too, let's just send one rider in front, pull or manage the gap between them and also the peloton, so that at the moment they're sort of like hovering between 1 minute gap between the breakaway and also to the peloton.
So we got so the gap is just kept steady at 1 minute, and then I think for the last 20 kilometers, so it's just kept at 1 minute. That's what exactly professional teams are doing. And they want the gap to be big enough so to avoid any attempt, any rider from the main group trying to bridge across to the breakaway. So they want to keep that to a minute. That's impossible, difficult for one or two riders to bridge across, but they don't want to catch it so quickly, so that encourages more counterattack. So so they just sort of letting the four riders sitting out there, keeping it at a steady pace, and this, you can see the four riders are still rotating very well. They are pushing at a much harder effort in order to stay ahead, because they want to get to the next sprint point, and there's still 2 sprint points ahead, so they want to get to the next sprint point. So look at we should be approaching the second sprint, which is at kilometer 58, and right now there's 50k to the finish. So they also so we still have
not far. Not far left.
Not far away.
I think about 10 kilometers to go.
Okay.
Yeah, about 10 kilometer to go, which is at kilometer 58. So we've got 49.5 kilometer. So it should be roughly about 38.7 kilometer to approach the second intermediate sprint point in Bayas, which is the opposite, not Petronas Station, Sekolah Kebangsaan Bayas on the left, which is like a primary school in the town of Bayas. So we are seeing these breakaway rider riding consistently with one another. At the moment in front, George Matsui pulling the turn. So the key for these breakaway riders to ensure that everything rides smoothly, you're not killing one another, quote-unquote killing one another, is to ride, a consistent pace. You don't surge when the front guy pull off, just trying to maintain a pace because once you go into, obviously the professional rider are good at, going into the red and coming back, going surges between different energy zones. You don't wanna play that card, and also it also creates a bit of a bad vibe in between the working people in the breakaway. Like, why is this guy surging? Is he onto something? You want to keep that the vibe or the atmosphere in the breakaway to work together one another until the point that you want to do whatever you want to do. It's cycling. I've always find it interesting. You don't see one sport that is similar to cycling. You are teammates until you're not. You're friends until you're not. Like, for example, right? Everyone probably have very different missions. These four riders in front, everyone would have different missions coming into this race. But like for now, we're friends. We're gonna work together. No fun games. Don't try to be funny with me. We're trying to work together. I don't know, probably until the end of the stage, and then you can carry on with whatever your ambition is, right? Like, you don't see that in other sports where you work together with the competing teams.
Right. So it's like you just said. We also said earlier, even teams, you can be rivals or allies in the same race.
Yeah.
And it's because right now it is beneficial. So if you are in the breakaway, it is beneficial for you to share the work because they know there's not individual one person is going to outride 100 rider in the peloton. Right. So it is beneficial for four guys to work together and to share the workload to get to the finish line as close as possible, keeping the gap as wide as possible with doing minimum amount of work. So this is the best way to do it. But however, we've seen it many times in a bike race. If a few riders in the group start to contributing less, we're not unable to contribute, and then a rider in the breakaway may decide just it will be faster to go on his own, so he will launch the attack and trying to drop the breakaway companion and trying to go solo on their own. So like we talk about in the past, cycling is a moving chess game.
Yeah.
Right. So the situation will change. One moment you're ally, and the other moment you can be rival. So it also all these riders are experienced enough to know it is beneficial right now to work together. And whenever anyone stop contributing or someone start attacking, and that will break the alliance very quickly. Then there's going to be a mistrust discussion. So. But in this case, right now, we're still very far. It's still about 1 hour racing from the finish line, 46.5 kilometers. As you see, the gap earlier was tumbling down just under 40 seconds, about 40 seconds. So I think the peloton said that's maybe a little too early, too fast, so it's slowing down a bit. And the idea, I see that the major sprinter team, you have the Alban Decline of the Tudor, the Uno X and XDS, they decide let the four rider take away all the bonus seconds.
Right.
And they are just they clamp it down to the finishing line so that they will leave it all their top sprinter going mano to mano, and let them sprint it out to the finish line and see who are the fastest sprinter.
Yeah. So you only get like 3 points per intermediate sprint, right?
Correct.
If you got the full, if you want it.
Do you know my papa? people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Baik, sekarang ni kita di depan Sekolah Kebangsaan Bayas dan saya bersama dengan
Saya Cikgu Azrina.
Okey, Cikgu Azrina, nampak meriah murid-murid bagi cheer untuk pelumba-pelumba LTDL. Macam mana mempersiapkan mereka ni?
Alhamdulillah kami dapat teamwork daripada guru rumah sukan masing-masing dan kami mengambil masa dalam 3 hari dah minggu lepas untuk buat persiapan.
Okey, jadi mereka dapat pelepasan daripada kelas lah.
Kami cuma ambil masa dalam sejam, kemudian kami makan waktu koko kami hari Rabu.
Alright, thank you, Cikgu.
And the peloton, the quartet, still ahead of the race, and they had a maximum gap of 1 minute 30 seconds. And kilometer, approaching the second intermediate sprint. And
Right, 100 meters to go. Everyone is battling it out. Looks like everyone's going to go for the... Looks like who got it? Looks like Baptiste Huye. Huye got the maximum points. Outsprinted everyone this time around after a miscalculation in the first intermediate sprint. Maximum points for the Baptiste Huye from the Rockets.
yeah, I think George from Missouri got second, and Ayman Rosley should got third.
Yeah. We'll wait for the official results a bit later once they've established.
And the peloton is approaching the second intermediate sprint right now, so they're not that far behind. Yeah, well, they said it's peloton's time showing is 1 minute and 15, so that's the gap growing up again. Yeah, but I think it's hovering around a minute gap.
Definitely,
It's easy to close.
Yeah, they're not leaving more than 1 minute and 30 seconds for sure. So at the moment they are at Bias, just finished the second intermediate sprint, and after that they're going to head to the third intermediate sprint point, which is at Padang Matsirat.
And the peloton is still led by XDS Astana, followed by Uno X Mobility, and I think Tudor also have a rider up there working. So those are the three leading or favored for the sprint for the finishing today.
Some area shots of the island of Langkawi we were talking about just now. Langkawi is an archipelago, 99 islands. So Langkawi just happens to be the biggest one. All right, and then there's a few other islands not far from Langkawi. I think the other famous one is called the Dayang Bunting Island. And a few other islands, the small islands, Tuba Island and that sort, they have their own set of attractions, but obviously Langkawi is the more famous and the biggest one. And then when you reach the jetty at Langkawi, you see the famous giant eagle where they had their team presentation. Yeah.
As you see, Ayman Rosley taking up some supplement, some gels and drinks right now, and from the team car.
Yeah, so the DS is...
well, here it goes. He take that bottle and immediately go on an attack.
Yeah, must
and
have,
I think
must have something.
Yeah, I think he wants to bridge across to the Bastille.
Because we are solo in front, and looks like the other two riders not interested to bridge the gap. They sort of timed it well when the motorbike actually came across.
Yeah, because what happened is because if the gap is not more than a minute, the UCI commission wouldn't allow the team car from getting up there.
Right,
so he took some supplement, and he immediately. You saw how fast he just it was like a rocket shot across, and then he bridged across fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So I think that's now we have. So we talked about earlier. Now your allies, and immediately you're going from ally to rival now. So because the two other riders, so felt the other two are contributing less, St. George and Iceland Rider. So they decide to go on an attack because they are slowing themselves down. Yeah, you can see the gap is about. It's not huge. It's only about 10 seconds.
No.
But here's the replay of the second intermediate sprint. Let's see who takes the.
Looks like Baptiste Wuye got second is probably
second
George
is George Matsui and
third is
Ayman
Ayman
Rosli,
Rosli.
yeah,
Right.
So, but looks like it looked like the two riders are sitting up, and Ayman Rosli and Baptiste have gone up the road.
That's right.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good work for the two leaders. Obviously, they had stronger legs, and they were tired of. I think they felt like the two wasn't contributing as much, so they decided time to take a flyer.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, you want to make sure that you carry the momentum and carry the right speed to make sure that the breakaway would work, and I think that's a good choice. I think Baptiste Wuye took that opportunity that he have created from that second intermediate sprint, and just carry on the speed, and we can see that George Matsui and Nate Head was not interested to follow along, and obviously probably Ayman Rosli got stuck at the back and probably trying to get some feed from the team car. And he also timed it well when the motorbike came past. Sign of experience.
Excellent work. Excellent work by Ayman Rosli. And Baptiste took the intermediate sprint, second intermediate, and just carry on the speed. And meanwhile, he knew the other rider maybe want to take a breather. Typically, after the intermediate sprint, there's a slowdown. Then he took the opportunity, just kept going, and I thought Ayman was probably felt is a bit of tired, but then he played a very nice poker game.
That's right. Yeah.
He just sort of got a feed, and then immediately after getting the feed, and he just launched the attack, and there was no reaction from Nate and George. So. And nice work. So let's see the two riders now. They have a gap of a minute 15. So their goal is to get to the next intermediate sprint of the last intermediate sprint, which is just within another 5 kilometers, and that will be another intermediate sprint. So they can wrap up the maximal time bonus. And which is definitely will put Ayman Rosli in the best Asian classification.
At the moment, as we can almost assume he's the virtual leader at the moment for best Asian rider, considering he's
unless Hari Saleh wins the sprint, or the rider from Malaysia, or for the other Asian team.
Won the sprint for sure.
Unlikely. You never know. This is bike racing.
That's right. It's the first stage. You never know. You know, there's also that likelihood of these European riders are still not quite acclimatized to the weather in Malaysia. We see that happen in last year's stage, where the previous winner after Langkawi car just could not race halfway through the whole stages. That could have the potential issues, but I think a lot of these riders, they've been here that many times. Most of the time they will do some kind of acclimatization sessions to make sure they are ready for the kind of heat and humidity that Southeast Asian racing offers, something like PETRONAS to Langkawi.
And so that's, it's definitely that is a big factor, right? The heat, the modern day cycling. We talked about last year. We talked a lot about aero, and this year the big thing is about heat training, heat adaptation. Most of these professional riders are now doing heat trainings and heat adaptation. So definitely Langkawi, Malaysia, generally being in Southeast Asia, literally sits on the equator. The temperature is pretty much around the similar all year round, about 30 degrees Celsius. But the humidity is very high.
That's 100%.
And so it's close to 80 plus percent. So it is when Tour de Langkawi used to be in February. early part of the year, so that was particularly difficult for European riders coming over because it is pretty much winter in Europe.
Yeah, deep winter. Yeah, very cold.
Deep winter, right? The skiing is a ski season, but they had to come here and then they had to adapt to basically summer temperature overnight. So it was very difficult. But nowadays, Tour Langkawi has moved over to October, which is pretty much end of the summer in Europe. So it is a little bit easier
to adapt.
Adapt. So, but however, certain riders prefer riding in the heat, and certain riders prefer riding in the cold weather. So this is different in the riders' individual physiology. Same with the altitude. Certain riders adapt very well in high altitude without much climatization, and some riders, despite they've been in the altitude training for weeks, may still have difficulty racing in the high altitude.
That's right.
So the heat is a similar factor. Some riders love riding the heat. I know some of my friends that I used to race with, they love coming to the heat. It was coming to Malaysia. It was definitely on their bucket list. But some riders who really struggle in the heat, but they excel in the colder weather.
Right.
I'm wondering, especially guys like from Uno X Mobility. I think to be able to the Scandinavian countries, there's extreme cold weathers. I watched the Arctic race of Norway. Tour of Norway, and even in the summer, it's quote unquote summer, and it was still like I think it was like less than 20 degrees Celsius.
Like 15, 16 degrees Celsius.
So that's the summer in Norway. So I'm wondering how does
by Malaysian standard, that's winter.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering how is Alexander Kristoff? How does he like the heat? It's a good question. I would love to ask him personally.
I remember. I think recently I've heard listened to a podcast. I believe it was an Andrew Huberman as well. Teams that actually use it because the benefit. From that podcast, what I've learned is that they say that the benefit of heat training could potentially have the same effect as doing altitude training, and apparently Australian teams, the AIS, actually are quite the experts in using heat training to simulate the effects of altitude training, where you can actually increase the level of red blood cells, which is very important for endurance sports, to carry more oxygen throughout your body. I mean, endurance sports is basically that. The more oxygen you can you take in and convert into energy, the more efficient you get, right? So that's like a new discovery. Yeah, I believe it was an Andrew Huberman podcast.
Yeah. So heat training is wide. It's a lot easier. So obviously you could do in the traditional, the rider used to have altitude training camp. And then it's expensive. You gotta fly there, go to Andorra or go to Qinghai, somewhere in Kunming. But it's expensive, and it's not so. Here we go. Approaching the Approaching the third intermediate sprint, and third and the last intermediate sprint. 100 meters to go. And it's just two-man fight. There goes Ayman Rossley.
Yeah, Ayman Rossley using Baptiste as a bit of a slingshot, and
it looked like he took that.
Yeah, it looks like judging from the body gesture, it looks like Ayman Rossley must have got it, and there's a little bit of a frustration, shoulder shrugs from Baptiste. But Ayman Rossley definitely played the card smart. He used Baptiste as a bit of a lead out for him to get the maximum points at the sprint classification. So 6 points so far for Ayman Rossley, and that's pretty much just trying to end the race for these two. But let's see what they have got in plan. So you got 30 kilometers to go, less than an hour, probably about 40 minutes, 30 minutes left for the racing, probably half 40 minutes. A bit of a chat going on between the two. I wonder what they've got planned.
Well, I think for Ayman Rossley, he says my job is done, right? I get the Asian classification. I got the bonus second. I can literally sit up. You see the time gap is 55 seconds. So with the 30K to go, it's unlikely they can survive all the way to the end. So he's happy to sit up. but I think Baptiste is signaling to him like, no, let's keep rotating, let's keep going.
Yeah, I saw a little bit. He's doing that that hand gesture.
Yeah.
Just keep rotating until the end. Like I think.
Well, yeah, but because they are still the KOM points, so
That's
I think if I were Baptiste, then I think the task is on him, right? He's not going to get the points classification, but he's not going to get the Asian jersey, but he has to keep going to get the KOM jersey, and also the most aggressive rider, because he did initiate the attack from the beginning. So in order for him to get something out of it, and he has to keep going to get the KOM, because I'm sure Ayman Rossi is not going to fight him out for the KOM jersey. And for Ayman, he could literally sit up and wait for the peloton and still get on the stage for the best Asian classification. But for Baptiste, he would not. He would have walked away with most aggressive rider of the day.
Yeah.
Most combative rider.
Yeah.
But would be so nice to be able to get the KOM jersey for sure.
So rider 21 here from Uno X and Anders Harland Johansson from Uno X. So here's the back of the peloton. You can see on the screen, black is the left is the airport. They're riding on the left side is the airport, Padang Matsirat airport, where most of these riders came from, as in arrive, how these riders arrived to Langkawi. And then from there, they'll just chill for a little bit, for a couple of days before they start racing today. So yeah, so these are the riders, Uno X in front here.
Tudor.
Sorry, Tudor, yeah, you're right. My apologies.
So they're going around the airport. It's actually a little bit windy. Can be a little windy, but typically after the rain, then I think the weather calms down a bit, so it's not as windy. And I remember 2014. Here it goes. Ayman decided to drop off, and it's time. So Baptiste have to keep pushing on to get the. He still have quite a bit of roads to go, about 15K. Before the KOM point, so he needs to, if he wants to walk away with a jersey, he needs to keep rolling, and it's 40 seconds.
That's right. It's the windy part of the island, quite exposed to the ocean, and also, you would know it's quite windy when it's quite close to the airport for obvious aviation reason. So we'll see what's the plan for Baptiste here, whether he's going to keep riding with 40 seconds gap between him and the peloton. He had a long day so far, out of the wind.
yeah, certainly has a long day, but he has to keep going, really. I think the peloton, now knowing there's only a solo rider in the front, they may slow down a little bit, but other team could be sensing there's opportunity for the KOM jersey.
Yes.
So then, then they would decide to let's close it and let's take the KOM because there's opportunity. So I think it's unlikely Baptiste can get to the KOM. Look like he's, from his body gesture, here's a replay of the third intermediate sprint, and Ayman Rosli does Malaysia proud by taking the maximum points.
Yeah.
So well done by Ayman.
Sprinted and 100 meters away. Yeah, he got his distance correct. 100 meters away, all in, and got the better of Baptiste.
Although the screen still shows
Adrian Mayer, I made the same mistake because that's bike number 61, but the rider on the bike is Baptiste Huye. Yeah, so from the Rockets. They got a little bit of their good start for a first timer. A bit of massive air time for them. Showing off their kit, the sponsors, and also their pretty good-looking Cannondale bike. These are the Super 6 Evo, I believe, is the Lab 71. And being a bit more tech geek, full Dura-Ace group set, Vision Metron. I believe it's the Metron RS or SL. I don't know. Looks like an SL. Metron 60 SL, judging from the look of the hubs. Sorry, Danny.
the nerdy part of me got the better of me. Yeah, it looks like a Metron SL, yes, because the hub's a little bit bigger compared to RS. Yeah.
Definitely a tech expert.
Yeah.
Definitely a tech expert because someone like me in old school, I just got my DI2 this year.
There you go. It's been around. You know, it's been around for about 10 years already. DI2 has been around for more than 10 years. You've been missing out.
I have been waiting for the technology to mature.
All right. Fair reasons. Yeah, they definitely have matured. You know, 12 speed. Back into the race, we can see the peloton. It's very clear. They have just updated the time gap. It's 10 seconds. So I think it's about time for Baptiste to sort of, you know, take the chill pill and get back into the peloton and rest up for a little bit. Maybe as they're approaching toward the KOM point, he could potentially go out again, but we never know who's going to be interested. Maybe Mario Aparicio, maybe Sanbaya, potentially, you know.
The Bogos, I was just going to say, the Bogos BH team has been fairly quiet because they definitely should have come. They came here with good riders and ambitions. You know, the team has Mario Aparicio, which is last year's KOM, and then you also have Sanbaya, the ex-Trengganu cycling team rider from Mongolia, Jambaja Sanbaya, who has been the KOM jersey winner. And so they have 2 KOM jersey winner, so they must be wanting to retain that. And Sanbaya is a very good rider himself. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, as we've expected, when you brought back a breakaway, there would definitely be a counter-attack from St. George Continental Cycling Team. Looks like Ben Carmen, but we don't know for sure until we see the number. So we just got an information from a friend on site that it is actually the correct bike, but wrong jersey number. So we've been a little bit of confusion. So Baptiste Souillet have got the whole highlight the whole time, when in fact the matter is Adrian Mayer is the correct one. So yeah, so the bike is correct. The body number is wrong. So sorry for the live viewers. You know, we are just as confused as you are.
How do you put on the wrong body number? Holy, that I do not know.
I don't know. Maybe it's the first time they got nervous. First time turning.
No, I'm sure it's not first time they really put on a race number, because in order to do that, you need to make 2 people have to make a mistake, right? And they didn't look at their numbers and they just got on, and because if it's a bike number error, so that's a mechanic that made the error.
Yeah.
But now you have 2 riders didn't look at their race number before pinning them on a number. So. Wow.
Okay. So back to the front of the race, so we're seeing another attempt of initiating a breakaway by St. George Continental Cycling Team. Judging from the pedaling stroke, that's an old friend, Ben Carmen, from Brisbane as well.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So
well done.
From Brisbane, from Australia. So they got a few Australian rider from Brisbane as well. They have Senran Bao. Obviously, no, he's Malaysian, but he's based in Brisbane.
Yep.
You have Declan Trezis, also from Brisbane, and also Ben Carmen. So here.
So those are the guys you used to race with.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but then again, when I was racing in Australia, Declan was still junior.
Oh, okay.
And he lapped us. Well, because the way they did the race, because like they, same a few categories in one race. So they juniors and also the men's C category. But yeah, he was too fast for us weekend warriors. So yeah, so this is rider 161, Ben Carmen, from Brisbane, Australian rider Ben Carmen out here on the front. Yes, I was right, Ben Carmen.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, rider 161, formerly race. He just finished his masters.
Oh.
Yeah, he just finished his masters, so quite an educated rider. He's a coach as well.
Okay.
So he knows his stuff.
And he's look like, I'm just looking at his bike, being trying to learn to become a tech geek. And he's probably using like an 150 mil.
Yes, he's known for that big whopping stamp. Yeah, I remember it was one of the team camp. He previously raced for Nero Continental, where Jay Vine was in the same team as well. Teammates of Jay Vine. So I remember it was building his bike up. He brought his own stamp, 150 minus 17.
Oh my God.
That was one of those 3T stamps, you remember?
Yeah.
And a 3T Rotundo bar, those traditional draws. else. Yeah, he's
Okay.
yeah, I guess you know he's a tall guy as well.
Yeah.
You know, you
Okay.
can see from his gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ben Carmen, yeah, just came back from race in China, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, recently.
They finished Huangshan.
Yeah.
Huangshan. That was a 2.1 race in China. And it was also good this year. We see more races back on live in China, because during COVID, China was shut down for a long time. There was no bike racing.
Right. That's
now
right.
finally there was a lot of bike racing suddenly, which is good to see. Here's Ben. He's definitely putting up a good pace out the front, and he's not that far from the KOM point. So
That's right.
he's pushing, and then I think he has another 5 to 6K to the KOM points.
Yeah, 5 to 6K. He's pushing big. Looks like he's pushing big watts. You can see from his body gesture, from his face, and also from the gearing. You know, it's quite on the racing end. It's quite on the far down, and you can see he's not using a usual pulley cage. And yeah, they're using a Magine group set, so they look very different than Shimano for sure.
And it's a pretty big chainring too, because nowadays
easily
professional
55,
riders using they're generally using 54 to 55 chainring now.
Yeah, so I guess that the racing, obviously, you you look at the level of racing these days, you can probably look at it. Yeah, they're approaching the King of the Mountain. Let's see if that is the King of the Mountain.
That's 20K to go.
Yeah, 20K to go, meaning, for those of you that are watching at home, so that's 20K to go normally, where that is the end of the feeding from the car, right? So that's normally the case. So the riders can't actually ask anything from the car, whether drinks or anything from the car.
Yeah.
So that's the end. So normally for the last 20 kilometers. So that's just signaling to the rider that's racing that you can't ask for anything else from your team car. So you're on your own kind of thing at the moment. Yes, so it looks like Ben Carmen here gritting his teeth, just putting on a constant tempo on this slight incline. And you see that these guys just climbing up this little big ring these days. No problem.
But also, so definitely we can see from the course profile, the climb starts getting lumpier, the course starts getting lumpier. But yeah, and I think talk about the gearing. So these, nowadays with wide gearing, so the old days, the bank cassette used to be 23, 25.
That's right.
I think I remember talking to some old timer. They're talking about like the pro guys from Mape team back in the old day, and they were like saying like 25 is too big. 23 is a typical cassette they're using.
That's right.
But nowadays, what are the riders using now?
Everyone's on 34, 11, 34 minimum. A lot of the people that are on SRAM gearings are on 1036. The massive range. No one's using anything less than 30 these days.
So you're using a bigger chainring on the front and a bigger cassette on the back. So it should give you a much wider range. And it is technology has changed a lot, but it is actually more efficient. There's a reason for that. It's not just for the gearing reach, but it's not just for the look of it, I'm sure. But for it to give you, it's actually efficiency, right? So the 100%. Bigger the chain ring, the bigger the cassette, bigger the pulley, it's supposed to be less bending of the chain.
That's right, yeah. So the main thing, people think that the oversized pulley, the bearings, are actually making it more efficient, but it's actually the size of the pulley. When you have more bend, so you're introducing a lot of friction into the system. So when you reduce the amount of bend, for example, I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. For example, a 5311 might have been the same like a 5413 to roll out, but 5413 or 14, whatever it may be, is a lot easier to push compared to 5311, because at the 11 tooth cog you have so much bend that introduces a lot of friction.
Right. But then, it was interesting though. I was visiting a junior team in Spain. And they were using Campagnolo. They was using
the small
48 on the front and the 10 on the back.
Yeah, that's right.
And apparently that gives a similar gear ratio as a 5311.
Yeah, but then again, you're not factoring, like I said, like 4810 is a lot harder to push than a 5311 because the chain has a lot more bend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there were some situations as well in a lot of back in the early days of SRAM when they had the 10-tooth cog. The riders are using bigger rings in front, 54. You know, it wasn't stock. You know, 54, 56. So that they lock out the 10-tooth. So they don't end up using the 10-tooth because it's a lot heavier to use. It's a lot easier to wear out because it's less amount of tooth to hold the chain. Yeah, and that sort of stuff. And also because the reason why efficiency is one thing, and also the fact that the bikes are getting faster, they need the gearing that allows them to keep up with the speed and the gears that are doing.
Yeah. So let's get back to the racing. The front has become pretty active again. So we see a Thai rider.
Yep. Tanakan Chayasombat.
Yeah.
From Thailand Continental.
Trying to bridge across and to the lone leader in the front, and I think they're trying to get the KOM points.
Yep.
If I'm assuming that there is intention. Because the KOM points should be coming up in just a few kilometers.
Yes, so the KOM points is about, I think roughly 4 kilometers to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at the back here, rider 195. Looks like Akmal Hakim Zakaria from Malaysia cycling team. No, it's actually Ahmad Shazin Awagila. Sorry, my apologies.
That's the other Malaysian,
team.
continental team is Malaysia Pro Cycling. Malaysia Pro Cycling Team, yeah. That formerly was Sapura, but now it's been renamed last year as the Malaysia Pro Cycling.
That's right, yes. So here at the front of the race, rider number 161 from St. George Continental Cycling Team, Ben Carmen, just being as efficient as possible, riding solo, heading towards the first ever King of the Mountain classification points collection in this year's edition of PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi. And trying to bridge the gap is rider from Thailand Continental Cycling Team, Tanakan Chayasombat.
Yeah, Ben looks really good on the bike, staying aero, and look like he's putting nice power through the pedal.
He's definitely a big aero fan. He has that looks like a ceramic speedo size pulley wheel aero.
You can see that too.
Yeah, man.
Wow. Okay. And but I was just wondering, he's obviously very, he's choosing a very small frame with a long stem. But that's that's another thing the rider talking about nowadays is stack height, right?
That's true.
Yeah. So it's actually, I mean, if you were to use a bigger frame, then he would have a bit higher stack height. So that some rider prefer that. Because, I think it is more efficient.
For sure. Yeah.
It's that's a bit of old traditional. Is always pro rider goes a size down.
Yeah.
Sometimes even 2 sizes down.
That's right.
On the frame, so they're using a smaller frame, more aero, lighter. But now, from an aero standpoint view, especially in time trial, right? And you seen the old days, the handlebar was, the aero bar was literally the height of the top tube. But now, now they're raising that. The aero bars much higher into their face, like Remco Evenepoel just did in the World Time Trial Championship. He literally had to cut out his visor, helmet visor, just to fit his hands in, which is pretty interesting to see. But that is technology always changing. That's what you love about bicycling. It is not motorsports. That's right. But it is. There's a lot of aerodynamics. So you said the rider going faster.
Yeah.
So all this small minor tune-up or minor aero gains or technology gains certainly help the rider go faster, racing go faster. And more exciting to watch.
For sure, yeah. So I mean, obviously at that top level, everyone's sort of like playing on a level playing field. The fitness is roughly about the same. They're trying to eke out pretty much every single watt savings that they can get. And it means a lot for them at these top tier levels when you think about it. So 1 kilometer to go until the summit of the King of the Mountain classification, which is a category 4 climb at King of the Mountain Bukit Malut. So the winner will get 2 points in this particular climb, and like you mentioned earlier in this live commentary, they will hold on to this jersey for the next
2 stages, right?
Yeah.
So
well, next 1 stage is next stage, and then he'll be able to wear that on stage 3.
Yes.
So so stage 3 we'll talk about tomorrow, but stage 3 will be many climbs to come. But his job right now on hand is just to get that KOM jersey for today.
Looks like he's going to get in 500 meters to go. Let's go, Ben Carmen, and grab that jersey and wear it on tomorrow's stage. And also stage 3, he's off the saddle, putting everything he got into the line just to make sure he secures the King of the Mountain classification. Ben Carmen from St. George Continental Cycling Team. He can almost taste it. He can almost see the line for the King of the Mountain classification, hoping the rider from Thai does not catch up to him. He's having a look back just to see how far he is from the other rider, riding away into the King of the Mountain classification. And I think we can say for sure that today in this first stage of PETRONAS into the Langkawi, Ben Carmen off saddle, trying to secure that jersey and score a maximum point for the King of the Mountain classification in the first stage of this year's PETRONAS to the Langkawi. It looks like a rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling, and another rider potentially.
Another St. George rider.
Another St. George rider, judging from the way he rides his bike, potentially Senren Bao.
Or maybe Daniel Whitehouse. I'm not sure.
Maybe, yeah.
But well done to St. George for taking Ben and St. George. Shout out to St. George team manager Brett Dalton, great guy, and been nurturing and teaching these young Aussie riders, and really nice to have them back to the Tour de Langkawi this year. So well done. They taking the KOM maximum points on today's KOM, and will be wearing Ben will be wearing the KOM jersey at the end of the day. Excellent. So you have the Terengganu cycling team. Ayman should be taking the Asian classification, and Ben Carmen should taking the KOM jersey. So those are the 2 jerseys that's confirmed. But then 2 other jerseys are still up for the play.
That's right.
The PETRONAS green leader jersey and KBS orange points jersey.
Yeah.
As you see, the peloton are bearing down to the finish line. So it's it's just 12K. There's only 10K to the finish line. It's going to be fast and furious. And the 3 riders on the front are just trying to string along as long as possible. To get some, I think job is done, just to get some more TV time.
That's right. You know, that's a lot of the time for a lot of these smaller teams. You know, sometimes they're here for the exposure, while the bigger teams are potentially coming in here for the main results. Either way, whatever a lot of these. That's the thing about cycling as well. Like, for example, if you look like a football match, it's about, you know, trying to win, who get the most goals win. Or like motorsports, whoever wins first wins the whole thing. But with cycling, you can come in with different objectives. You know, some teams come in for the general classification, some teams for points, some teams maybe for King of the Mountain, and some teams, you know, we just trying to stick our heads out and make ourselves known among these big leads of the cycling world.
Yeah, and so that makes the cycling actually really interesting.
Yeah.
And different teams have different objectives, different riders have different objectives. So that's what makes a cycling race interesting to watch, interesting to participate. So yeah, if you get a chance to get out and definitely ride your bike, and it's just it's a healthy way of it is a good way of exercise, and it's for sure. So Peloton is all grouped together right now, back one bunch, and 11K to go, and the Peloton is led by Tudor cycling team, and preparing for their sprinter Alpha Decline, and followed by XDS and Uno X Mobility. So 3 top sprinter team in this year's race, and I see Poti Visit Malta. Here's a recap of the KOM jersey. There's no one in sight, no question who is the winner of today's KOM summit.
Yeah.
And Ben strike out early and took the maximum points, followed by NPC Malaysia rider from NPC.
That's it. Shawal Mazdin. Yes,
Shawal
he was one of the fastest Malaysian in last year's Tour Langkawi at the Cameron Highland stage.
Yeah, he's a climber. He's from Cameron Highland.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's hometown, Cameron Highland. Yeah, it's town, his training ground. All right, so about 10 kilometers to go into this first stage of Le Tour de Langkawi. So, Danny, it's the big teams are lining up. We see Tudor Pro Cycling, we have SDS, Astana, and then also Uno X, and pretty much the whole team's just almost at the front half, I guess, first quarter of the peloton. So what do you think, and how this end of the stage is going to play out, Danny?
I see Poti, Visit Malta also moving up, so they are trying to set up their sprinter Panyave, who last year just thought he won the race and lost on a bike throw.
Yeah,
he raced his chance too early.
Yeah,
and so they obviously want to reclaim a stage win. So how do I see? This is where a time where the teams are all fighting. It's going to get into position. No fighting just yet.
Yeah,
it's still too early, but it is important because they know the finishing speed. The riders are traveling probably around 45, 48 kilometer per hour. So it's really hard. If you're all the way in the back of the group, it's really going to be hard, challenging to move up to the front, especially in the last 5 kilometers. So right now, if you have sprinting ambition, so it is time to move forward. But we can see Ednan from Trigano Cycling, the climber, and from Netherlands, he is not going to be involved in that part of the sprinting.
I think it's like a mutual understanding as well. Like if you're not going to get involved in the sprints among the professional rider, you just stay a little bit further back. Give a little bit more room for these riders that are more interested towards the sprint finish.
Yep. Yeah, and if you're just joining us for the finishing finale of the stage 1 of 2025 Tour de Langkawi, and we saw a breakaway. 4 riders went away at about 30k, and they were reeled back, and with about 20k to go, and then Ben from St. George took the KOM jersey, and now everyone back together in one big group with less than 10k to go, 8.5 kilometer to the finish, and it's going to be a bunch sprint in the town Hua in Langkawi. So it's going to be the calm, what I would call this calm before the storm.
Yes, that's right.
Right now it looks like everyone is just sitting in, and with the rider, just as I said, this commentator curse, the rider decided to launch out and go on an attack.
Yeah, so looks like a rider from 7-Eleven, judging from the color of the jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was about to say that the front of the peloton, these riders, these sprinters seem needed to take a good pace. To make sure there's no attempt, and there you go.
Here we go. So
that is a 7-Eleven rider.
7-Eleven rider,
team, a continental team from Philippines. So we just, while we're seeing this live commentary, for those of you that are joining us in the live commentary on YouTube, we appreciate all the comments and all the insights that you are giving, especially if you are there at the stage. Sometimes what you see on the live feed is what we are seeing as well. So we much appreciate it if you can relay some information. If you have any questions about the race or anything about cycling, feel free to drop it down in the live commentary section. So while we're looking at these the peloton heading towards the finishing line, about 7.5 kilometer. We can see the XDS Astana team, Danny, is railing up the pace, and looks like they've caught the rider that tried to break away from the main peloton. 3 teams that are, I guess 4 teams that are trying to line the sprinters up. We have XDS. The XDS, we have the Tudor, and we have the Polti Visit Malta, and here's the shot of what it's going to look like at the sprint finish.
At least look like the roads are drying up a bit, but that can be dangerous. You have some wet patches and dry patches. but there's a beautiful look of this seems to be a lighthouse or something.
Yeah. I haven't been to Langkawi for the longest time. I think last I've been there is exactly 10 years ago. So
Okay.
I have no clue. Or yes, I'm a Malaysian, but yes, I have no clue what Langkawi looks like these days. So a quick look at towards the end of the finishing sprint. So we have a bit of a visual of the last 5 kilometers of the race. We can see there's a bit of a lump, the first 5 kilometer of the race, and then coming into the 3 kilometer, it's going to be a little bit of a downhill run into the 3 kilometer mark, and then it's pretty much a flat road heading towards the sprint finish. And then looks like, judging from the map, there isn't any much chicane, or any much turns or tight intersections. So we are looking at a very fast run into the sprint finish, Danny.
Yeah, it's pretty much a straight run into the line, and so the speed is going to be, well, the speed is already fast and furious. It's going to get even faster and more furious. So this is, the riders are probably, I think right now doing about 50 plus K an hour just to run in. This is still 5K, almost 6 kilometers to the finish line.
I mean, I'm not even surprised if they are actually cruising at 50 kilometers per hour. It's not weird anymore to see a professional race averaging 48, 47K an hour these days.
Absolutely.
It's just another stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've seen, the speed just getting faster and faster with the fast, with technology, with the bikes and equipment and so forth, and the components. So certainly that's make the bike racing more exciting to watch, but also dangerous as well.
Yeah.
Especially first day, we really hope. I think the organizers done a great job by having a very straightforward finish. There's no turns into the pretty much a straight line into the last 2 kilometers, and even from the last 5 kilometers, just a gentle bend, white road, and good, good surface.
Looks like a fast corner. Nothing that they, they have to that kills the speed or anything.
Yeah. So that's really important, right? Really, and then we see Total Energy and Vini Fantini, and decide to come up to the front and show their face. So they're the smaller team, and they waiting for the end to come up and try to bring their sprinter up, and that's. And we see again another rider on the front trying to launch, 2 riders on the front trying to launch a tag.
One rider from Nusantara and also another rider from 7-Eleven. Click. Let's see what do they think in the last 4 kilometers while the speed is going very fast, but they're fully committed. You can see this rider from 7-Eleven. We don't have any visual of who that particular rider is until we can see the number on the jersey, so that we can pinpoint who exactly the name of the rider of these 2 riders. But they're committed. But we do see, right, these the sprint teams in the front, they don't react as quickly. They don't really jump into the breakaway, and a lot of the cases is to really create a smooth speed build up for the sprinters, because once they start attacking, you open up a gap and riders can actually jump and fill into the gap, and then can create a little bit of a chaos as they are approaching towards the finishing line.
And also, for the sprinter, you want a smooth acceleration in order to save your energy until the very end. So ideally you only make 1 jump, and that jump is a winning jump, to win the race. So during the process, before the finishing line, you want to go as smooth as possible.
All right, so we got 3 kilometers to go, and the intensity is getting pretty high. The speed is getting pretty high. We see Total Energies in front here. We see completely different dynamic. We would thought Tudor would be in front or XDS would be in front, but it is a completely different dynamic. We see teams from Chengdu in front here, Fantini in front here. And also this thing leading in front here is another team from Asia.
It could be KSPO.
Yeah, KSPO from Korea. Is showing their face.
It's still too early though. It's 2.5 kilometers, so a lot of the top team probably only waiting to the last 2K, last 1K really to get their sprinter in. So they must be feeling confident. But you see there are guys trying to make it a right on the right side. I think Tudor trying to bring their sprinter onto the right side of the road.
2 kilometers to go, Danny. 2 kilometers to go. We see that on the right side of the screen, Uno X lineup is on the far side of the right of the screen. Fantini have gone in, all in into the sprint line out, going for the finish. We are seeing it, these wide roads heading towards the sprint finish. Fantini is still in front, pulling everything they got for their sprinter. And we can see Uno X team on the left side of the road. And here at the back of the race, everyone's just not interested in the sprint. Just stay away, providing a clear line for the sprinters to do their job, to get them to be at the safest point at the back here while they are battling it out in front of the race. We got to see some wet patches still, Danny, with 1.5 kilometer to go. The pace is getting really high at the moment.
I think if you want to have a contest for the win, you need to be on the front of the peloton right now. In the best position, probably the first 20 riders.
1K to go, 1 kilometer to go. We can see now the Uno X team. We got a glimpse of Matteo Malucelli. Here's an aerial shot. They're heading towards the sprint line. 900 meters to go. The pace is getting faster. It's getting faster. The intensity is getting super high. They are battling it out, finding the right wheel to get off with 800 meters to go. We are yet to get a visual of what the sprint line is. Uno X is very organized. We are seeing a few riders, 3 riders lined up in front of the race. 700 meters to go. We can see Uno X just in front there.
And Tudor is coming out to the middle, and Vini Fantini again leading. And we see Alexander Kristoff.
Matteo Malucelli on the right side of the screen. Matteo Malucelli and Alexander Kristoff. Let's see who's going to get it. Can we get? Is it Matteo Malucelli? Is it Alexander? Who is it? Wow, tight finish. But we were blocked by the live feed. Let's see if we can get a replay.
Well, I hope we get a replay because we missed the finish. We couldn't see who is the winner. It's so close. It was so close. And I think it's Malucelli, but...
looks like Malucelli. We have a good gut that it's Matteo Malucelli.
But from our view, it was...
it wasn't the best view, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was Malucelli was on the... was leading, and then you see Albert Decline just behind, and then
Kristoff on the left side.
On the left side.
Yeah.
So that's what we saw. We couldn't see the actual finish. We still haven't. Maybe it was just a throw to the line, or maybe it needs a video replay in order to tell who is the winner. We are anxiously waiting for the first winner stage.
All right.
One, and also the leading jersey, the green PETRONAS leading green jersey wearer of the stage 1.
Yeah.
Who is it gonna be?
Yeah. Oh, that's a little bit of a anticlimax, but anyway. But anyway, we make good. So there's a replay. So Albert Decline coming on the right. This is a sprinter from Fantini. We see Alexander Kristoff just on the third wheel, battling it side to side with Albert Decline. And we see Malucelli comes out on the right side, using Albert Decline a little bit of a slipstream. Goes in hard, all in towards the line, and looks like he's getting the better off Alexander Kristoff. He's retaining the speed, and yes, it is Matteo Malucelli getting his first win in this year's PETRONAS Le Tour de Langkawi. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I know I'm right.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Yes.
I think Kristoff was 4th or 5th. Yeah, the teammates of Kristoff was 3rd, I think.
Yeah.
Because Kristoff is, he has.
Yeah, he got it early. That's Blikra.
Yeah. There we go. Here comes the live interview of today's winner. All right, let's see who they're interviewing. Oh, here we go. The winner, Malucelli.
Matteo Malucelli back again in the Tour de Langkawi in a different uniform this year.
Yeah, Italians always have a love affair with the Tour de Langkawi. many winners, past winner of the Tour de Langkawi, are from Italy. I think they like the hot and humid weather. Excellent. So it looks like Marcelli, and followed by Decline. Decline.
Yep. He got declined this year. He got declined again. Sorry about my bad joke, but yeah.
This was the first goal. Try to restart
Here again, Balotelli.
from where I was last year with a victory.
Interviewing him right
You know,
now.
his
We would love to hear what he
win
has to say.
is difficult. Win again
So
is more difficult. So
Balotelli last year racing for
it's
the
the best
JCL.
need to restart with Langkawi for us. We have a long transfer in Asia, here in Langkawi and after in China. So it's the best mode to restart.
How did you manage to win? How did you move with your teammates for this win?
Yes, Anton Kuzmin did a super job today, all day in the front, pulling the bunch, and also with my two teammates, Rangate and Levgono, we did a plane. You know, it's not always easy do the same that you think in the meeting, but when Christoph passed me on the left last K, I found his wheels, and after I jump out last 200 meters.
Do you have the feeling that you are the fastest of the riders competing in this Tour de Langkawi at this time of the year?
Last year, the first stage won Glebi, Syriza, and after he doesn't won more stages. So okay, it's only the first. We have 6 stages more, probably 5 or 6 stages more, probably flat. Keep calm, day by day. It's important to start with a victory for sure.
Complimenti.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Interview of today's winner, Marcelli. So he said Anton did a great job, Kuzmi did a good job, and then the 3 of the teammates, he said, all worked for him. And obviously it's a team effort. We know cycling is an individual sport, but also is a team sport as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, in order to...
Yeah, like again, you know, cycling being a little bit more different than any other sport. Like obviously it's an individual rider that goes on the podium, but it's comes down to team effort. So Anton Kuzmic was one of his teammates that actually put him in the right spot to finish it off for a sprint.
Yeah, and they said that he saw Christoph jump off on his ride, and he jumped on.
Yeah, and then you see the way when he jumped from Arvid Klein's wheel, he carried a lot of speed. So that plays a role in how you place yourself and where you sit in the bunch, because you see the speed differential. You know, the power might not be that much difference, but the speed differential between him and his competitors is quite significant, and you can see later on the live commentary where they put the photo finish. It's quite significant at this level of racing. The win that Matteo Melicelli have won this year. So here's a replay. Yeah, so Matteo Celli, we can see. So Matteo Celli is in third wheel, so he carries the speed coming off Arvid Klein's wheel, and Christoph is still sprinting, but he's just losing speed. Arvid Klein jumps back into Matteo Melicelli's wheel, but yes, looks like Matteo Melicelli got the best of it.
And we also saw a late launch by Panave, I think, on the left side of the peloton.
Yeah,
and. Yeah, I think the Uno X rider, that's not Christoph. Christoph is, I think, 5th.
Yeah, so that's probably Blikra, Ellen Blikra.
Let's see, where's Harif Saleh and Hamdan. So yeah, they're just in the mix.
Yep,
in the mix.
In the mix.
Top 10 finish should be. Yeah.
Penalve 4th. Looks like Christoph 5th. Yeah. Just gonna see with his rider 2nd. We should get the official result pretty soon. There you go, Ellen Blikra, that's right. Yeah, Arvid Klein, Manuel Penalve from Polti Team Visit Malta, and we got a few other riders. Yeah, Harif Saleh scored a top 10, 9th position. A good start, probably a good motivation booster to see being in the mix of these top sprinters in this year's edition of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, he's a lot of experience, and he still know how to put up a pretty good fight to the end. But yeah, in the end, obviously Marcelli was just head above the rest. He was definitely faster. But Ayman Rosley, from the bonus second, he's second in the general classification.
Wow. Yeah. Beat Ellen Blikra. Yeah.
That's great.
That's great to see.
Excellent to see. And that's paid off for the early work.
That's right.
And that's well done. Job well done.
So sprint classification, we see full maximum point by Matteo Malucelli, 15 points, followed by Ellen Blikra, 12 points, and Arvid Decline, 9 points. So as we've sort of expected, we've talked to Jean-Francois Kini, our friend. So he sort of think that Ellen Blikra would actually come and try to reclaim his points classification. He's the King of the Mountain classification. Ben Carmen, full maximum points, 2 points at the Category 4 King of the Mountain classification today, followed by Muhammad Shawwal Mazlin from Malaysia Pro Cycling, 1 point. And the former was not anywhere there interested, probably is more interested in the bigger point, but here is one of the things that we should be looking at for Tiro Langkawi, Best Asian classification. They won, Ayman Rosli, with a 5 seconds lead from George Matsui, and third, Muhammad Harif Sadeh, considering he's the top 10 in the sprint earlier.
There's a replay again of the finish.
Can anyone want to have a guess of what the speed would be? the finishing speed.
70 plus.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta ask the team what was the speed.
Yeah.
So that's the sprint again. Matteo Malucelli, or more famously known as Malu. A lot of people call him Malu online. See him on his Instagram.
Yeah.
Malu.
Blikra he started early.
That's right. Blikra started early.
Yeah, he started early, and I think probably, yeah. So. Probably thinking that other rider will be watching.
We just saw the time on the finish. So they finished the race on the dot 2 hours.
Yeah, there you go. 2-hour racing.
2-hour racing. It's just a slightly longer criterion racing for them. For me and you, that's like 3 hours.
Yeah,
3 hours,
yeah,
96 kilometers.
2 hours. That's all it takes for covering
2 hours and 20-something seconds.
Yeah.
That's
there
insane.
You go.
So how much the speed would have been if it was 2 hours?
Averaging 40, 45, or more than 45k, close to 50, 48k an hour.
Yeah. Fast. Very fast these days.
Fast.
Yeah. It's just another stage.
Yeah, well, it's just a warm-up.
It's just a warm-up.
Warm-up for tomorrow.
Warm-up,
because this is only, it's only a short warm-up stage for stage 2.
Yeah.
So soon we'll get a preview of tomorrow, because tomorrow, the reason today we started early and finishing up early so the guys can get and the teams can get ferried over across to the mainland, because tomorrow we're going to start in the mainland of Malaysia and leaving the Langkawi Island, so they need to be ferried off and then restart. So tomorrow we're going to have a much later start at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. So slightly later start tomorrow, giving them a little bit of a rest after late today's shenanigan. They're gonna have a little bit of a
rest.
Yeah, a little bit of a rest. Like Denny said, everything's gonna pack. They're gonna pack everything up: bikes, staff, logistics, whatever, food, drinks they've got, nutrition, back to the main island, and
team cars,
team
gotta be
cars.
ferried
Yeah,
over
that's right.
across,
Team
and
cars.
a lot of work.
All the media, motorbikes.
Yeah, motorbikes. Everybody
Yeah.
gotta be transported over, but it's still a much easier transfer than last year's. Transfer over to the east side of Malaysia and by a charter flight. So this is still fairly. I mean, if you were to visit Langkawi, you want to visit, you can fly there directly. Or you can go to Kedah and get a ferry about 1.5 hour, 2 hours.
There's two options. You can take the ferry, either Kuala Kedah or Kuala Perlis. So Kuala Perlis basically just got to drive further north. It depends. Would you rather drive a lot longer or take the ferry a little bit longer. So it's your choice.
Depending if you have a nicer car or a nicer boat.
That is true. If you're the kind of person that have seasickness, you're going to have spend more time in the car, like myself.
Then you just better fly there. It's easier.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So here we are. So at the end, that's where the same start and finish, same as last year at Pekan Kuah. There's a lot of shopping area around this area. So if you're a chocolate lover, right? You know, like obviously,
duty-free shopping.
Duty-free shopping in Langkawi. Definitely. If you like. How do you know? Kitchen utensils as well. There's a lot
really?
of yeah. There's a lot of those in Langkawi as well. If you like, I don't know, Corel or Arcopal or I don't know. You know, I learned this from my wife. So yeah.
So yeah, it's also shout out that Malaysia is it's a major shopping destination as well.
100%. It's duty free. If you're into nature as well, there's a Kilim Geoforest, recognized by UNESCO, but due to its uniqueness of biodiversity. We were talking about a little bit about that eagle at the Dataran Lang, where they had the team presentation. So that is apparently a red-backed eagle, or called Brahmini kite, they call it, which you can see at the Kilim Geoforest as well. It's a unique bird in this particular region, I guess in the Asia Pacific region. So it's basically white head with pretty much like a reddish, dark red feather at the bottom half of it. They
hunt fishes, I presume.
They're actually a type of scavenger.
Oh wow.
That type of scavenger, right? So I guess they're not the apex predator.
I'm wondering, what is the apex predator of Malaysia?
I don't know. Probably
Malayan tiger.
Malayan tiger, I suppose. Malayan tiger. Yeah, you pray you don't meet one of those at Banjaran, because at the third stage, if you go up through the Banjaran, it's quite a common route for people that does Odak's big hill. You know, people that does these crazy amount of kilometers in one go, like 600 kilometers or whatever. It's quite common they see elephants and stuff around that route. So yeah. Might be your lucky day in that particular stage or whatever. I don't know if it is a lucky day. You know what I mean?
Here's the finishing again. You see, it was actually launched by the Vini Fantini rider.
Fantini launched quite a way out, and then Erlen Blekra used that as a little bit of a launch pad, and Matteo Malucelli was very calm, played his card well, don't go too early. Some sprinters can have that itchy legs. They want to go as they see everyone goes, but Malucelli, being an experienced sprinter himself, waited a little bit longer and used Albert Decline as a little bit of a slingshot and as a bit of a platform to carry his speed to finish it off with the win in the first stage of the Tour Langkawi. See it again. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. No, sorry, 2 hours and 22 seconds. Sorry, my bad. It can't be 2 minutes.
2 hours.
2 hours and 22 seconds. There you go.
Yeah, it's a
fast racing.
Excellent finish. Congratulations to Marucelli and XDS, Astana, XDSD. And Albert Decline, was not far off. You can see the two Terengganu rider, sprinter, Harif Saleh
and Wan Abdul Rahman.
And they're really close, top 10. I mean, there was one top 10. I think Rahman, it should be 11, just right behind. They were going side by side.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a good experience, but for the young rider from the Terengganu cycling team. And again, aerial shot of the beautiful island of Langkawi. 99. This is, I think there's a 7, 8 island here. Out of the 99 islands. So if you ever have a chance, the island hopping is a major. Island hopping will be a major thing.
Ayman, congratulations. You are currently second in the GC of Le Tour de Langkawi. Can you explain how you made it?
Yeah, just my plan to take some bonus point, and that is my dream to wear in the yellow, but not lucky day. So it's good for second place. And I wear the white jersey for ASEAN. It's good for me.
So tell us about this breakaway. 4 riders in the lead. How did you manage to win the 2 of the 3 intermediate sprint?
Yeah, I know I can sprint, but I need to be smart. And then I get 2 times first place and 1 time for third place. Yeah, it's good for me. First day.
Did you know the other riders?
Yeah. And then today is training. Last year same this road. I know tactical how this road.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
There's a very happy Ayman Rosley.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with how he performed in the first stage.
But he was hoping to get a yellow, and it was his dream. It was his dream to get the yellow jersey. So that would have been fantastic.
I think all of us need to rewire our brain. It's not yellow, it's green.
That's right.
Even I was saying it's going to be in yellow. Yeah, he got confused as well.
Right, so
it's Petronas green.
That's why he didn't get the yellow. There is no yellow jersey.
There is no yellow
There's only
jersey.
the green jersey.
Yeah, you were hoping for the wrong thing. It doesn't exist yet.
Well done. Kudos to Ayman Rosley, but also the entire team, because it wasn't just his individual effort. He was obviously very aggressive, but everyone on the team was in the breakaway, was attempting to get in the breakaway, and that's and until there was several attempts until the final breakaway happened. So and it was a great job by Chicano cycling team. Shout out to the staff as well, getting the rider, getting the team up. Here's another interview for the KOM, Ben from Brisbane. Oh no, it's not a compliment.
Second today. A sprinter is never completely satisfied with the second place, but is that still a good result for you?
Yeah, sure. But today I was not a sprinter. I was a lead-out man for Alex. So I started the sprint really early. I think about 400 meters out, and that was also the plan. But he never came past, sadly. So that I was second is quite a surprise.
You won a stage last time you participated to the Tour de Langkawi 3 years ago. Why did you come back, and with which intentions?
Well, I really enjoyed the race, and when I heard the team was doing Langkawi this year, I really wanted to go. I think it's a great country with really nice people, and I love being here. Our goal was to go for 2 victories for Alex, so we reached 100 victories. We'll see how it goes the next days.
You were also the points classification winner 3 years ago. Is that a secondary goal, considering that you want those 100 victories for Alexander Kristoff?
Yeah, I think that's a secondary goal. We have 2 big ambitions. It's to score most UCI points as possible. To do that, we have to have several guys in the GC, and we'll try to be as far in the top as possible on every stage.
Tack.
Yeah, so that was Alan Blichler. We were right. He was here to get Alexander Kristoff another 2 stage wins, and also a lot of these pro teams and also UCI World teams are using Tour de Langkawi as a little bit of a platform to score some extra points and to secure their positioning in the UCI rankings coming into 2026.
Dari itulah berakhirnya peringkat yang pertama perlumbaan Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2025 dengan menghasilkan pelumba World Team, iaitu pelumba pasukan Astana Matteo Maluselli berjaya untuk memecut pada jarak 200 meter yang terakhir, dan sekaligus dia menedakkan David Declan dan juga pelumba-pelumba lain untuk dia memenangi peringkat yang pertama bagi pelumba daripada Itali ini. Wow, satu pelumba yang cukup hebat, tetapi yang lebih membanggakan ialah pelumba negara kita daripada TSG, iaitu Ayman Rosley, yang telah pun berjaya untuk memenangi jersey rakan muda jersey putih selaku Best Asian Riders. Ini sesuatu yang sangat menarik kerana dia mengungguli 2 zon pecutan, iaitu di zon yang pertama dan juga zon pecutan yang kedua. Kembali bersama dengan saya, adik Usaini Osman yang tadi buat ulasan bersama Izzuan Makno. Adik, wow, kita dah nampak di awal perlumbaan tadi Ayman Rosley memang sudah menonjol. Dia berjaya untuk berada di kelompok hadapan dan berjaya untuk meraih 3 mata di zon pertama, zon pecutan pertama, zon pecutan yang kedua, yang ketiga, sekaligus muncul pelumba terbaik Asia.
Baik, Akbar, kalau kita lihat daripada awal lagi tadi, Ayman dia tidak miss pemecahan. Kita lihat pemecahan pertama tadi, Ayman bersama 4 pelumba yang lain dan ditangkap kembali oleh peloton. Sekali lagi, 4 pelumba yang lain juga termasuk Ayman berjaya melepasi peloton dan juga berjaya menduduki kelompok hadapan untuk seketika. Dan di situlah kita boleh lihat Eman Rosli cuba untuk mencuri extra time bonus yang ditawarkan di zon pecutan dan itu memastikan beliau menyarung jersey terbaik Asia untuk hari ini. Dan harus diingat juga Akbar, Harif Saleh hari ini berada di kedudukan 9 terbaik untuk peringkat pertama ini dan secara automatik Harif Saleh dia memenangi best award untuk Asian Rider untuk hari ini.
Okey, baik, kita terus sekali lagi ke Langkawi untuk bicara penyampaian hadiah kepada pemenang-pemenang peringkat yang pertama PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025 bersama dengan Izzuan sekali lagi.
Have a decline. You can see he is trying to bring out a smile, trying to get a smile, but yeah, it's only his probably the 5th, 6th race of the year because he did have a crash and injury earlier the year and didn't race until August. So he only started racing again August after the February crash.
Yeah, like initially when we got the start list, we were like, oh, our decline is not going to be in, and then I think he just want to, I don't know, probably reclaim from last year. It was so close, 2 points difference. So yeah.
Oh, because also supposedly we thought we would have another sprinting legend, Fabio Jakobsen.
Fabio Jakobsen, yep. We had a crash and I think couldn't recover on time. For Tour Langkawi, so had to abandon.
Alan Brickwell. Yeah, the lead-out man.
The lead-out man.
Yeah, the lead-out man.
This can happen in a bike race, you know. You lead out and then your sprinter, unexpected. You know, your sprinter got chopped off in the middle by another rider, and then the sprinter loses the momentum, and it just tells you like the amount of aggression, I suppose, heading towards the sprint. Like these guys are bumping shoulders, you know, some even like, you know, to a point bumping handlebars, you know, and then, you know, touching wheels and stuff, but they, you know, it's just
definitely see the disappointment on his face. Yeah, he's trying to squeeze out a smile.
That's bike racing.
It is.
You lose 90% of the time, unfortunately. That's bike racing.
That's what makes the winning so special.
Oh, that's true.
You only get that 1% chance to win.
Yeah, you can see. I don't know if it's because of the heat or the sun, which is not the case, but yeah, these top sprinters are not quite happy with their results, judging from the face. But yeah, for sure, it's the first stage, the start of the whole 8 stages.
29th edition, PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Give a big round of applause for this rider from Astana team, Matteo Malucelli.
There's Matteo Malucelli, the winner of today's stage, and he will be back up on stage 2 more times.
Yes,
so taking the overall jersey and as well as the leader jersey and as well as the KBS points jersey. And he's the only one that's really smiling right now. So,
that's right. I mean, for the race organizer of PETRONAS Langkawi, we're very excited to have these riders back again, and we're very excited to have Matteo Malucelli in the top step of the podium.
Here's the final photos of today's top 3. Generally in Europe, only the winner, stage winner, gets on the podium. But in the Tour Langkawi, well, and also in some other races in the US as well, the stage, the top 3 of the stage also gets on the podium, which is good.
That's good. Celebrated the whole podium spot.
Yeah, it's not easy to be a top 3 in a stage.
I know.
Right.
It's hard work. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice, you know, these days Tour de France, a lot of the racing actually overlay their data numbers, you know, see how many watts they're pushing. And for people like us, you know, that have a little bit, you know, that uses power meter, when you look at that, it's like that's just not possible for us, mere human, to do it. So it gives a little bit of a context, and I think, you know, I mean, we try to do it as best as we can, you know, as a commentator of this year's PETRONAS Langkawi, to give you as much insights as possible of how hard it is to be racing at this particular level.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is not even Tour de France, right?
That's a whole new different. That's another higher level. There's so many different level in bike racing. Tour de France. That's you have the Grand Tour, then you have the World Tour, then you have the Grand Tour, then you have the Tour de France, the biggest race of all. And, well, talk about big races. You know, tonight it's going to be the World Championship. Don't forget, that's another big race, other than biggest one-day race, other than the classic, the classic race. But the World Championship is tonight, and we're gonna see the Pogačar defending his whether or not he's gonna be able to defend his world champion rainbow jersey. There's the most aggressive rider.
Yeah.
Number 62.
There you go.
He finally got his name.
That's right.
Yeah, so apologize to our viewers.
Yep.
Oh, no, he still has 60. No,
he still got
62 on it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's Adrian.
Yep, Adrian Mayer. Yeah, Adrian Mayer from
Most
the Rockets.
competitive.
Yeah, most competitive. Started the breakaway, out in the wind for the longest time throughout the whole stage. Adrian Mayer, Unibet Tietema Rockets. I think, I think the vlog is going to come out soon. Maybe tomorrow. Off the first stage, you know. So let's we can probably watch that as well. So for those of you that are watching at home, so most competitive rider. So what deems someone to be getting the award of most competitive rider, Danny?
Most competitive?
Yeah.
He's most aggressive.
The most aggressive.
He's probably the one launching the attack and initiating the attack, and then he's probably the last one standing in the breakaway, and that's exactly the situation today. That he is the one that actually, after multiple attempts, and he wasn't the only rider that being aggressive, but it was his attack that finally got the four breakaway rider to clear the peloton, and then when Ayman Rosli stopped after the sprint number 3, then he still kept on going as far as he could in order to get the most competitive riders.
So there you have it for the audience at home. For those who are wondering what makes the most competitive rider. Just got to be as aggressive as you can. You know, I mean, that's the rule of thumb, but then it's up to the race commissioners. That's Harif Saleh.
Yeah.
The sprinter for the Terengganu cycling team.
Yeah. Yeah, here it goes. Harif Saleh. It's the best ASEAN stage finisher.
There you go. Best Asian,
best stage finisher for today's stage. That he is the best rider.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start. You know, he's trying to redeem himself from last year's disappointment. And to Langkawi, we had to leave early after halfway through the race. It's good to see he's back in the top 10 position. You know, obviously there's a lot of big hitters, big sprinters in this particular race. Being able to get top 10 among the big guns, it's an honor. I mean, it's overwhelming, I suppose.
Yeah, and you can see he's super happy, super joy.
Ninth, and he's super.
Yeah, but it's just for him to get back on the podium. You know, that's a he didn't race much, and also you can see the scar on his face. He just had a massive crash on stage 1 of Huangshan. So having, that was just literally weeks ago.
It's not even a month.
Yeah, so having that massive crash and then bounce back immediately just show the resilience of Harif Saleh. And he's not a young man by any means, bike racing, but he's still, he could have easily gave up and to race, and since he had a massive big crash, but he quickly bounced back and ready for it. So well done. Big kudos to him, and showing that his resilience and consistency in this race.
You know, I think the injury is one part of trying to heal from, but the other thing is the trauma. You know, to be able to bump shoulders again and being in that tight sprint position, fighting for the sprint position.
And here we go. The other Terengganu rider, Ayman Rosli. The great performance today again.
Yeah, he nearly wore it the wrong way around again. He did that last year.
Really?
Come on, mate. It's not your first time.
He's laughing about it. Yeah, he's a great guy. Great guy and a great rider. Obviously did a great job. I mean, he was in the tag multiple times in order to get in the finish, get into the breakaway.
Yeah, super aggressive
and
riding as well.
That's one thing. That's the great attribute about him, because it's not just I'm sure he's not the only one wanted to get in the break, but some rider tried it one time, didn't stick, and then they stopped doing it. But he kept going until he got in the break. You know.
Yeah, a few riders from TSG, Terengganu Cycling Team, or TSG, the abbreviation for this team. Vadik Plonsky also did an attempt.
Yeah.
And yeah, a few multiple riders.
Matthias was in attempt.
Matthias, yep.
Multiple guys in attempt. And he's now he's taking the white jersey right now, and then also just second in the general classification.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Second in the GC.
Yeah, second
I think
in the
it's the first
GC.
time a Malaysian rider is so high in the GC general classification.
Yeah, it's good on him.
Well done by the Terengganu cycling team in their home race. he's just a great guy, great rider. So. 2 podium.
Yep, 2 podium for Terengganu.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a great job by the home team in their biggest home race.
Yeah.
And it's so happy to see that the Malaysians are well represented in the Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, you can see Sharon there, just underneath, just in front of the podium. Just trying to take some photos and create some content for Terengganu Cycling Team Instagram page.
Sponsored by Bubbles 02. All right, let's welcome this rider up on stage from St. George.
Here's KOM, worthy KOM winner of today. It was, we talk about he's able to wear the KOM jersey.
He wore it wrong as well. So. Probably not used to it.
The intuition, right, is to wear the zipper on the front.
That's
but
right.
For the presentation, is zipper on the back. So well done by Ben Carmen from Brisbane St. George Continental Cycling Team.
Yeah.
And that's for a small team to come here and then take the prize on the day one. Be able to wear that jersey till stage 3 at least. Yeah. But he certainly is a strong rider, and he probably could have even tried to keep it to the trying to go on the attack and trying to keep the polka dot bubble polka dot jersey.
That's right. A different sponsor for this year's polka dot jersey.
Yeah.
Last year was the Tourism Malaysia.
Yeah.
So this year is Bubbles 02.
Bubble 02, right? The oxygenated water.
Yep, oxygenated water. A little bit more oxygenated water. So that's what they're getting from the neutral service. So yeah, so it's probably better than whatever plain water they have in their bottle. Bubbles 02. More oxygen. That's what you need. So here it is, Ben Carmen from St. George Continental Cycling Team.
Just the rider.
Yep.
Just
There you go.
Ben. Just you.
Good on you, Ben. Nice one. Yeah, so on the Pardas bike, on a Magine group set, yeah, you just need to know how to race. Yeah,
he timed it well. I think he really timed it well. And when the breakaway, he went in pretty early. He probably knows he has a good engine, but he probably doesn't have the fastest sprint or the fastest climb. But he timed it well when Peloton stood up just a little bit, and he launched the attack, and then he had the good power to keep all the way. He had to do it solo for a couple kilometers in order to get to that.
Yeah. I think just 8-10 kilometers he had to go. 8-10 kilometers. It's hot when you have a very aggressively chasing peloton.
Yeah.
The amount of watts that you have to push for 10 kilometers just to be there. It's a lot.
And here we go. The presentation for the overall leader jersey. Oh, this is a points jersey first. Yeah, apology. Points jersey first before the leader. He know how to wear the jersey.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
goes.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
done
yeah.
it many times.
Yeah,
He goes.
he's done it many times. Yeah, he's probably happy. I was like, hey, I know this jersey. I got it last year.
Yeah, but it's just different teams.
Yeah,
teams
different.
that-
Yeah, different print in front. Last year was JCL Ukyo. This year is XDS Astana.
KBS. That's the Malaysian Sports Council.
Yeah. So that's the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Youth and Sports. Ministry of Youth and Sports. Basically, the main, I guess the organizer. All right. So the whole PETRONAS Langkawi is under the wing of Ministry of Sports and Youth, which is being run, organized by the Sports Council.
Yeah, just to see that he took a big, like a sigh of relief that he took a deep breath and then just exhale, and it's probably like, okay, well, part of job one done.
Yeah.
And I need to get my one stage win.
Yeah.
That he was definitely the clear. He was definitely fast. It's obviously I don't think anybody else is just going to give up the fight, but certainly he showed that he came in with a good leg. Sometimes when the sprinter get the first win of the race, then you establish your dominance and the confidence.
Yes, that's the main thing. The sprinter, the confidence.
The confidence, and that certainly plays a huge psychological advantages for himself and also against the other rivals. So. And then it certainly it's a good reward for his teammate as well. So to continue work harder for the next few stages. So that is certainly so I think that's why I took a big sigh of relief. Job done, part one done. So that obviously set up a good fight. But we certainly hope Uno X, who had a clear target of getting the 100th win. So there's still going to be multiple opportunity for Christoph to get his 100th win. But I also think that over the climb. So he's just came back from racing in August. So that's literally like a little over a month ago.
That's right.
So certainly he wants to come back and try and at least get a stage win.
All right.
I'm sure.
So now it's for the general classification.
And so basically you take out the orange and then you go straight back up to the green.
Yeah.
General classification jersey. And who else? Maricelli.
It's pretty much a replay of last year's, where Gleb Syriza won the first stage at Langkawi as well and scored 2 jerseys. Green and also PETRONAS green classification and also orange.
But interestingly, he said, Maricelli said, Gleb said he only wanted the target to win the one stage 1.
Okay.
And well, I'm sure he's not targeting just to win stage 1. I think Maricelli wants to win as many stages as possible.
For sure, 100%, right? Like I believe, we all think and believe that he comes here to defend his orange jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's not a bad, he's not a bad climber. I mean, I know his build it's quite chunkier. But,
sprinter build.
Sprinter build. But he can get to the climb. I mean, small climb, get over the small climb fairly well.
Yeah.
I see how he rode last year in the Cameron Highland stages. He would only drop probably the last 5K, and then with Fraser.
Yeah, with that Fraser one.
Booker Fraser is much even easier climb. So there could be a surprise. That would be a very interesting surprise.
And then also last year that stage where it was from, I think it was stage, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's stage 5, where the stage was from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, where they had to go up the infamous Bukit Hantu.
Okay.
Yeah, infamous Bukit Hantu, and then heading towards Malacca. Yeah, he was there in the mix as well. So it's not bad.
Yeah, he can certainly climb. So this, it could be. I mean, I think I assume that he's gonna hold the jersey until the Fraser stage, and certainly he's gonna give a try. But Yeah, here we go. See the presentation of all the jersey wear.
Yeah, it's very Petronas-like on the stage because it's like a green, like an orange jersey.
It's nice green, green color.
Yeah.
Very. Actually, I like that color. Yeah, the green jersey, so it's nice. Yeah.
Is that the color of your bike? No.
No. I'm a boring person. It's silver. It's black and gray. Yeah. I'm a boring person. So by no means any fashion. I'm not a fashionist. But I think that's similar to the TSG Stringano Cycling. They have this green color, green and silver color. That's really nice.
Dua kali Matteo Maluselli naik ke pentas untuk dia dinobat sebagai Raja Pecut dan juga untuk stage yang pertama dan juga dinobat sebagai winner untuk GC ataupun General Classification, juara untuk peringkat yang pertama dan sudah pasti membara di hati Ivan Decline untuk sebenarnya dia bercita-cita untuk memenangi peringkat yang pertama, tetapi apakah daya di penamat di penghujungnya tadi Matteo Maluselli berjaya melakukan henjutan terakhir untuk dia memenangi peringkat yang pertama. Okey, baik. Adik, kita nak sambung sebenarnya cerita. Okey. Kita nak cerita dua ni, satu pasal Arif.
Okey.
ASEAN kita pegang, Asia kita pegang.
Alright.
Okey, Aiman Rosli. Dia sangat konsisten. Kita pada 3 zon penjutan, walaupun pada zon yang kedua tu sikit lagi dia nak dapat untuk menyapu bersih. Tapi dia konsisten. Itu peningkatan yang sangat ketara untuk Aiman Rosli.
Baik, seperti yang saya katakan tadi, of course Aiman hari ini dia ingin cuba untuk memenangi jersey keseluruhan tajaan Petronas, iaitu jersey hijau. Kalau let's say kalau dia dapat ketika-tiga zon penjutan hari ini, dia dapat 9 extra time. Tetapi dia juga harus menghabiskan perlombaan di dalam top 3. Untuk 3? Ya, untuk peringkat
keseluruhan.
Ya, betul. Dan di situ dia akan dinobatkan sebagai disarung jersey keseluruhan. Dan hari ini dia cuma deposit antara Matteo dan juga Aiman cuma 3 saat saja. Jadi kemungkinan besar, let's say esok Aiman sekali lagi cuba mencuri timing di zon penjutan yang ditawarkan, dan kemungkinan besar bukan Matteo Maluselli menang esok. Saya rasa mungkin Aiman Rosli akan disarung jersey keseluruhan.
Okey, ini satu yang sangat menarik untuk kita bicarakan. Di mana Aiman Rosli, sebab esok tak ada penakian.
Betul.
3 saja, flat race esok.
Ya, betul.
Di antara padang besar untuk landai, padang besar ke kepala batas 166 km. Jadi maknanya ini baru first day. Maknanya adik melihat ada potensi untuk Aiman Rosli menjarung jersey hijau Petronas.
Ya, seperti yang saya katakan tadi, jika esok Matteo Maluselli ataupun pelumba daripada UNO iaitu Erlen Breka ataupun Arvid Decline, ketiga-tiga pelumba ini tidak berada di kedudukan 3 yang terbaik untuk peringkat yang kedua esok, dan Aiman Rosli berjaya mencuri timing seperti hari ini, kemungkinan besar Aiman Rosli ada potensial untuk menyarum jersey keseluruhan. Akbar.
Ini boleh kita satu rekod jugalah untuk beliau dan untuk TSD sebenarnya. Baik, sikit saja kita nak sentuh. Harif Salih.
Yep.
Kita dah menang Asia daripada Aiman Rosli. ASEAN pun kita punya. Harif Salih.
Baik, untuk ASEAN pula, Akbar, ini merupakan kali pertama kita penganjur mengadakan award untuk ASEAN Rider. Ya, sebelum ni cuma ada 4 jersey yang terbaik dan juga most competitive rider. Kali ini penganjur dia ada additional satu lagi
awards,
ASEAN Best ASEAN Rider. That mean Best ASEAN Rider ni adalah Asia Tenggara punya rider, antaranya Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand dan juga Filipina. Jadi hari ini Haris Saleh berjaya menduduki tempat ke-9 keseluruhan untuk peringkat pertama ini, dan secara automatik dia dinobatkan sebagai Best ASEAN Rider untuk hari ini peringkat pertama.
Okey, baik. Jadi maknanya TSG ada 2 rider lah naik ke atas podium hari ini. Okey. Matteo Maluselli. Dia Dia daripada permulaan kekal dalam peloton. Sampailah dah nak hampir sampai ke kuah tu, baru kat situ tim Astana ni mula merangka strategi untuk membuka ruang kepada Maluseli. Tapi kita tengok tadi pada finishing tu kita nampak Avid Declan, kita nampak Alexander Kristoff juga sebenarnya ada dalam kelompok itu untuk menang. Betul. Tapi beberapa meter sebelum menuju garis penamat untuk Maluseli.
Baik, kalau kita lihat daripada gambaran udara sebentar tadi, Aaron Gate daripada pasukan Astana, dia membawa Matteo Malucelli berada di kedudukan yang terbaik di last 300 meter yang terakhir.
Aaron Gate, okey.
Ya, betul. Daripada pasukan Astana. Dan di situ kita boleh lihat sebenarnya hari ini Alan Belka daripada UNO harus jadi lead up untuk Alexander Kristoff. Dia juga menyatakan dia jadi lead up, tetapi hari ini Alexander Kristoff berjaya menduduki tempat kelima saja hari ini. Berbanding Alan Belka yang sepatutnya menjadi lead up, dia berada di kedudukan kedua hari ini. Dan Arvid Declan hari ini daripada pasukan Tudor, kita boleh lihat wajah
dia nampak sangat kecewa.
Sangat kecewa.
Tak senyum pun.
Ya, betul. Di kedudukan ketiga ni. Jadi sudah pasti saya rasa Arvid Declan dia mesti hungry dengan kemenangan di PETRONAS untuk edisi kali ini. Jadi menarik untuk kita lihat minggu ni, Akbar.
Okey, jadi bermakna sekarang ni antara Avid Declan dan juga Matteo Maluseli dah level.
Ya, betul.
Maknanya kedua-duanya menang 4 peringkat.
Betul.
Jadi macam saya setuju macam Adi sebut tadi. Bermula esok pertarungan antara Avid Declan dan juga Matteo Maluseli ini akan membara untuk mereka merebut jersey hijau. Tapi jangan lupa Aiman akan mencelah esok. Okay. Jadi persaingan antara Maluseli dan juga Avid Declan esok ni.
Ya, of course Akbar, kita juga tahu Avid Declan sebelum ni memenangi 4 peringkat untuk edisi yang lepas. Berbanding Matteo Malucelli hanya 3 peringkat saja yang dimenangi.
Ketiga-tiganya tahun lepas.
Tahun lepas, ya.
Untuk Maluseli.
Ya, bersama Haris Saleh juga 3 kali.
Okey.
Jadi tahun ni macam hari ni peringkat pertama Matteo Malucelli hari ni sekali lagi memenangi peringkat. Dia kalau ikutkan dia dengan Arvid Declan sama-sama kumpul 4 peringkat menang, 4 peringkat untuk Arvin dan juga Matteo Malucelli. Jadi menarik untuk kita memperkatakan minggu ni, Akbar. Sudah pasti kedua-dua pelomba ini akan memberi saingan yang hebat sepanjang perlombaan untuk edisi kali ini.
Okey, kita nak bicara pula mengenai pemenang jersey Bubble O2, Paul Cadot. Pelumba asal Australia, Ben Carman. Dia dicabar juga oleh pelumba daripada Thailand tadi untuk menawan Bukit Malut. Tapi nampak dia daripada awal lagi dia dah lead the convoy peloton. Sebab dia dah tahu jauh lagi dah sebenarnya dia dah bersedia untuk memanjat Bukit Malut untuk memenangi jersey Paul Cadot.
Baik, untuk pasukan daripada St. George ini, iaitu pelomba daripada Ben Carman, dia tahu dia mampu untuk mengungguli ataupun melepasi zoom pendakian dulu, zoom pendakian untuk hari ini di peringkat pertama, Akbar. Jadi dia pandai menjarakkan diri daripada peloton. Kita lihat tadi last lebih kurang 25 km menuju ke finishing. Dia pandai bergerak solo dan cuba untuk mencuri zoom pendakian yang ditawarkan hari ini. Kerana sudah pasti, Akbar, jika dia sarung jersey hari ini, esok
dia dah simpan lagi
kedua,
sini, esok tak ada
zoom pendakian. Jadi secara automatik dia akan sekali lagi menjejak podium untuk peringkat kedua dia nanti di kepala batas.
Okey, baik. Itu kita dah bicarakan mengenai pemenang-pemenang jersey bagi peringkat yang pertama. Jadi kita nak recap semula. Inilah yang anda saksikan pemenang-pemenang jersey untuk peringkat yang pertama, PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025 di Loop Pulau Langkawi, dengan menyaksikan pelumba negara kita Aiman. Sebelum itu kita nak bicarakan mengenai Matteo Maluseli yang berjaya menyarum jersey hijau PETRONAS selaku pendahulu keseluruhan di mana dia memenangi perlombaan hari yang pertama. Dan Muhammad Aiman Rosli hari ini, wow, dia hebat ya apabila dia berada di tangga yang kedua. Okey, baik. Ini untuk pemenang JC Orange KBS ataupun Raja Pecut peringkat yang pertama. Siapa lagi kalau bukan pelumba World Team, iaitu Matteo Maluselli. Pelumba ini berasal daripada Itali dan dia tahun lalu bersama dengan Ukyo, tim daripada Jepun. Dan kali ini dia bersama dengan World Team Astana dan berjaya menyalung JC KBS Raja Pecut JC Orange. Dan kemudian JC Bubble O2 menjadi milik pelumba berasal daripada Australia, iaitu Ben Kaman yang beraksi dengan pasukan St. George, di mana dia Muhammad Syawal Martin, pelumba daripada NPC, memiliki tempat yang kedua. Satu pencapaian yang menarik, yang hebat juga daripada pelumba negara. Dan bagi JC Rakan Muda, JC Putih, pelumba terbaik Asia. Siapa lagi kalau bukan? Kalau kita tengok tadi bagaimana Aiman Rosli mengungguli dua zon pecutan, zon pertama dan juga zon yang ketiga. Baik. Puas hati Anik untuk first stage?
Ya. Of course, apa yang kita lihat sepanjang perlombaan di Langkawi Loop hari ini, ya, kita pun ada podium pelumba tempatan kita, antaranya Harif dan juga Aiman, dan juga menarik juga untuk kita lihat untuk baki 7 peringkat yang akan datang nanti Akbar. Jadi kita harap pelumba-pelumba tempatan yang lain mungkin mampu memberi saingan dan juga mampu berada di podium seperti Harif dan juga Aiman.
Saya setuju. Sebab hari pertama kita dah nampak. Betul. Kita dah nampak dah pelumba Malaysia. Aiman Rosli, of course, dia sangat menonjol. Harif Saleh dan juga ada pelumba daripada NPC juga sudah pun menunjukkan, sudah menonjolkan diri. Kita harapkan bermula esok pelumba-pelumba Malaysia ini akan dapat untuk terus memberikan persembahan yang terbaik untuk baki 7 lagi peringkat perlombaan. Okey, baik. Cerita pasal cavalcade. Mungkin ramai nak tahu cavalcade ni pergi mana hari ni. Tak nampak pun cavalcade. Okey, kita ada laporannya. Semalam Lily Hamzah dah pun mendapatkan liputan mengenai cavalcade yang sangat menarik, warna-warni. Yang itu dinantikan sebenarnya oleh peminat-peminat juga. Okey, kita bersama dengan Lily Hamzah untuk laporan mengenai cavalcade.
Hai semua, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Selamat datang ke saingan Let's Go Langkawi 2025. Yes, LTDL is back dengan 132 orang pelumba yang akan bertanding dalam 22 pasukan untuk 8 peringkat di LTDL. Dan macam biasalah, kalau ada LTDL, of course ada cavalcade. Dan hari ini apa aktiviti mereka? Jom kita berjumpa dengan orang kuat LTDL, Uncle Mike, dan juga penerima sumbangan untuk hari ini. Okey, Cik Hamizan hari ini menerima sumbangan prihatin daripada tim cavalcade. Mungkin ada apa-apa yang nak dikatakan kepada lembaga perindustrian Nenas Malaysia dan juga tim cavalcade?
Pertama kali saya ucap terima kasih kepada lembaga Nenas Malaysia lah. So sumbangan ini bermakna lah bagi keluarga saya. Saya berterima kasih banyak-banyak lah.
Apa yang diterima hari ini kalau boleh kongsikan?
Banyak benda yang dia bagilah, Milo lah apalah. tak buka lagi dalam tu lah, boleh lah. Sedikit wang ihsan kot katanya.
Alright, Lily ketika ini berada bersama dengan orang kuat ataupun bos di cavalcade. Hi Uncle Mike, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Yang di belakang okey ke? Alright, itu ada sumbangan yang ditujukan oleh ahli-ahli cavalcade tu hari ini. Okey, apa yang berlaku tu hari ini dan mungkin Uncle Mike boleh kongsikan juga sepanjang 8 peringkat di LTDL, PETRONAS LTDL 2025 ni, apa yang akan berlaku?
Okey, sepanjang 8 stage ni, jangan lupa kita akan ada sorakan kampung, ada sorakan sekolah, di mana kita akan berhenti dan kita akan memberi semua goodie-goodies daripada semua penaja-penaja yang ada dalam PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi. Nantikan kita di sepanjang laluan semua.
Cavalcade.
Terima kasih. Itu dia Lily dan juga Uncle Mike dan juga tim cavalcade. Memang meriah. Jadi jangan lupa esok sebenarnya ada souvenir yang dibawakan oleh kereta-kereta cavalcade ni, jadi anda boleh kacang ke mic lah. Yang saya dengar, anda boleh pergi kat kereta tu, jangan malu-malu kerana ada banyak cenderahati ataupun souvenir yang diserahkan, akan diberikan secara percuma kepada penonton-penonton yang berada di lokasi-lokasi tertentu. Dan jangan lupa kepada anda semua, saya nak pesan, kalau muat naik apa-apa posting, tak kira di mana-mana platform media sosial, jangan lupa #BeatTheHeat. Hari ini saya dah buat, tengok IG saya. Okey, baik. Esok hari yang kedua perlombaan akan berkayuh daripada padang besar hingga ke pelebatas 166.1 km. Ada 3 zon pecutan. Yang pertama di Jitra, yang kedua di Pendang, yang ketiga di Sungai Petani. Okey. Tidak ada zon pendakian. Okey. Dan kami akan bawakan kepada anda esok pada jam 10.30 pagi, tapi perlombaan akan bermula pada jam 11 pagi. Lewat sikitlah esok. Okey, baik. Apa yang your expectation? Okey, tahun lepas Arau Kepala Batas untuk second stage dimenangi Matteo Maluselli. Tahun ini daripada padang besar sampai ke Kepala Batas. Okay, apa what is your expectation, adik Usani?
Baik, untuk peringkat kedua esok sejauh 166 km daripada padang besar ke Kepala Batas. 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan, tiada zon pendakian. Sudah pasti, Akbar, saya rasa kemungkinan besar situasi perlombaan hari ini peringkat pertama akan terjadi esok. Tapi apa-apa pun akan terjadi sebab hari ini 96 km je. Esok 166. Jadi lagi jauh. Hari ini kita ambil masa lebih kurang 2 jam perlombaan.
Betul.
Kemungkinan besar esok saya rasa dekat saya dalam 3-4 jam.
Okey.
Jadi mungkin esok kita tengok forecast juga, cuaca tidak begitu baik seperti
esok.
hari ini. Ya, betul. Hujan, kemungkinan besar hujan.
Wow.
Tapi kita harap ada perubahan berlaku. Kalau lagi cuaca okey, panas, lagi best untuk kita lihat Akbar.
Jadi apakah tak boleh nak agak lagi ya? Matteo Maluselli, Alvin Declan, Alexander Christoph, Aiman Rusli, belum tak boleh nak agak.
Seperti yang kita nak expect, perlombaan untuk edisi 29 ni kebiasaannya akan habis bunch sprint. Jadi bunch sprint.
Kalau flat race lah.
Ya, flat race. Jadi kemungkinan besar seperti Alvin Declan, Alexander Christoph dan sekali lagi Matteo Maluselli akan cuba sedaya upaya dan juga sudah pasti dia akan membuat kejutan yang tak akhir untuk memenangi seberapa banyak peringkat di edisi kali ini, Akbar.
Yang pasti Ben Carmen selamat untuk jersey Polkadot.
Ya, betul. Ben Carmen harus menghabiskan perlombaan saja esok untuk dia mengekal jersey Polkadot yang dimiliki oleh beliau.
Okey, baik, terima kasih adik Usaini. Jadi begitulah cerita hari yang pertama PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Perseteruan yang sangat-sangat berapi di antara Matteo Maluselli dan juga Alvin Declan. Tapi jangan lupa kerana ada strategi baru yang bakal dilakar oleh Alexander Christoph, legenda yang telah pun memenangi 4 peringkat perlombaan di Tour de France, iaitu Grand Tour. Baik, dan kita harapkan esok akan lebih hebat penampilan pelumba-pelumba daripada Malaysia. Jangan lupa kepada anda semua untuk mengikuti secara langsung sama ada di Astro Arena 801-802 mahupun di platform media sosial Facebook dan juga di YouTube, MSN dan juga LTDL. Jangan lupa #BeatTheHeat. Saya Akbar Asari mengundur diri. PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Kita jumpa esok. Assalamualaikum.
Ha? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.